18th, 2021 meeting of the Exeter Budget Recommendations Committee. This evening we'll be discussing the capital improvements program and the recommended projects and vehicles associated with those discussions. We'll begin by introductions of the committee and attendees. My name is Bob Kelly. I'm the chair of the committee and the chair of the Water and Sewer Subcommittee. Corey?
Good evening, everyone. Corey Stevens. I am chair of the DPW Subcommittee, and I will take this opportunity to say happy birthday to my wife this evening. Oh. So we all feel bad here.
To whom?
His wife.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You forgot flowers?
Let's keep this slow, right?
I'm Liz Canada. I am on the Parks and Rec and Library and Human Services Committee.
Russ Dean, Town Manager.
Christopher Ziglant, 22 Crestview Drive, and I am on Library, Parks and Rec, and Human Services.
Anthony Zwan, 7 Marlborough Street, Subcommittee for Water and Sewer.
Nancy Belanger, Mill Street, and Chair of the General Government Subcommittee.
Anna Grazier, General Government Subcommittee.
Judy Rowan, Chair, Police and Fire Subcommittee.
And with us this evening via Zoom is committee member Kathy Corson as well. And we also have attendees Stefan Poulian, the police chief, Melissa Roy, the assistant town manager, Greg Bisson, the recreation department chair. I don't know your name, unfortunately, so. David Toby, the associate of Greg's at the rec department. Jennifer Perry, the director of public works. Matt Berube, the managing water and sewer engineer. Eric Wilking, the fire chief. And Nico Papakastadis, the board of selectmen chair. Or the select board chair, sorry. So this evening we'll be talking about CIP. We had a preliminary meeting in October to talk about sort of the framework of the next 5 to 6 years and what we had to look forward to and how the projects and vehicles this year fit into that dynamic. So we'll start off with a discussion of a project that was not described in the original CIP but made it into the budget discussions, and that is a purchase of the building at 10 Hampton Road. This is described briefly on page 20 in the budget book itself, and Chris Suter introduced it a couple weeks ago at her subcommittee meeting, and Greg was able to answer some of our questions. So we'll sort of leverage those discussions. We don't need to get into a lot more detail, but if anything, I think we'd asked you some questions and some things like that to come up with some additional information. And in the agenda that I had written up, I did forget to add in the additional $100,000 that we were recommending, or that the town manager was recommending adding in on this for various work relating to ADA improvements on the property. So the total amount would be $1,250,000, not the $1,150,000. So Greg, why don't you give us a little overview of that project?
Yes, 10 Hampton Road, as you all know, became available late in the summer. That's why it's not in your CIP packet. It's a strategic purchase by the town to allow us access to the recreation park to not only increase parking, have emergency access, but also in direct reply would be reducing the CIP request by the department for future requests. As you all know, the project that was brought up a couple years ago did not pass, but they are still currently in the CIP. That would be parking expansion on the 4 Hampton Road property, along with athletic field expansion, as well as a community center. So this would actually allow us to not only grab a critical piece of property on 10 Hampton Road, but also allow us to vacate 32 Court Street as well. So not only is it a win-win for the town that will not disturb acres of forest, but it would now allow us to have up to 70 parking spaces in the future, as well as a future home for the Parks and Rec.
Any questions by the committee?
So I'm sorry, I wasn't able to be here for the first meeting, so I apologize for that. So as far as like the forecast for the things we will do or we proposed to do before this opportunity came up, and now going forward, like how do we see like what are the savings involved? How does the long-term vision for the Parks and Rec play out now? And what kind of savings are we talking about?
Good question, Corey. One of the things is, again, reducing the parking, because with the additional 70 spaces, that will ease the parking problem we have. It won't solve it totally, but it will ease it. Right now, currently, there's only 40, so that would be down the line. As in kind of projecting, we will be back eventually to have building renovations that would meet the demand. But one of the things that we've decided is to really do a in-depth analysis of the department, similar to what the public safety has done, where we're going to talk about future needs and work with the facilities committee to come up with a strategic plan that will meet the community's needs for the next 20 to 30 years. So that would be coming several years down the line when there's other projects that have met the needs of the community as well.
Right. So some of the other expenditures or projects that we wanted to do around like the fields and the other infrastructure, would they still be done at some point? And
They would be. We would be working with private organizations to achieve that, finding alternative funding that will help us achieve that.
Yeah.
But that's where this gives us a chance to reset and really look at how we can move forward in a financially responsible manner and to chip away slowly, not one big chunk.
And so you've been through the building, obviously, and lots of other folks have been through the building. Like, is there anything that is a red flag at this point, or is everybody pretty happy with the condition and what the real potential is?
It has great structure. It has it's almost move-in ready. There are some things that will need to be done, and we're working with Jennifer to come up with a list. But what the first $100,000 that we're requesting will help achieve some of that to make it public ready. For instance, and I have this, I printed out for you. Here you go, Russ.
So there was nothing that came up like, oh, we're going to have to do the roof, or we didn't.
Nope. The roof is relatively new, done within the last 10 years. The mechanicals are in decent shape. The structure of the building is in good shape as well. There will need to be modifications down the line, but again, we're only focusing on purchasing and acquiring and then chipping away, and that's why the first $100,000 makes the building ADA accessible to get in, and our staff, as well as running fiber. It's important for us to be on the town network as well, and then system maintenance and contingency in case we encounter any problems, and then take our reset and try to find alternative funding if we want to move forward, but really doing a program analysis. So there's nothing that has really jumped out to us. The one thing, though, is the critical piece of actually where it's located. The location is the most critical, I think, allowing us to have access to the fields. Being so close, it's actually more convenient parking than the current parking situation on Fort Hampton Road. So I see a lot of people probably going there first before they go to Fort Hampton Road to park.
And obviously our use of that site as far as vehicle traffic will be increased from the current. So does that bring up any issues with our curb cut and like?
Nope.
For the state on the state road?
The one thing that we will make a modification right now, it's currently a Y. We would make that a single entrance and exit. So right now it's split off. Public Works does not like that, correct, Jennifer? So we want to make sure it's a proper entrance and egress to get in and out of the property. We don't foresee it being a traffic problem because our use now, we do have some traffic and we do have programming, but that's not as the busiest time. So, and then alternatives, the 4 to 8 p.m. fall and spring. But there are 2 different entrances now, so people won't be all flooding to one.
Yeah, my line of questioning isn't around like the details of that, but more like, is our 100K gonna really get us, everything we need in that first year? Is there gonna be an aha, we need 150 or 200, so.
No, the 100,000 should be sufficient to get us in and get us settled.
And I would add, we've purposely, and I said this at the last meeting, but we've purposely taken a frugal approach to this because we know the building and land and so forth is 1.15 million, so we didn't want to come in with anything other than what it took to get us in the building and functioning and up and running. Because the benefits, again, some of those, the benefits aren't even ancillary, they're front and center to the parking and being able to acquire essentially 70 additional spaces of parking right away. In addition to the building and land, which is a big benefit to the town.
Judy?
I understand from your previous community center design, there was a concern from the neighborhood about access through a neighborhood community. And my understanding that this property obviates that there would not be any entrance through the neighborhood, that this property allows you to have access to the park areas without going through a neighborhood.
Yes.
Is that correct?
And ever since that last vote, that gate has remained closed and there has been no traffic through that neighborhood. So the neighbors are very appreciative of that. And this does, and I call it, does allow access on the eastern side of the park. I call it for Hampton Road Western. So yeah, that it's really a short walk. Now, granted, there's no sidewalks, and I can't encourage people to walk that way, but just alone, Judy, and as I mentioned last meeting, the moment that press release came out that we signed the purchase and sales, people immediately started parking there like we owned it, and walking and talking to the current owner, who just watched people would be rode up on bikes and scooters and started entering, and he just said, "How are you doing? What are you doing?" And they're like, "We're going to soccer practice." And like, okay. And so.
Kathy, did you have a question? She had her hand up.
You're on mute, Kathy.
Bob, we didn't do the usual thing about are you alone in the room, et cetera. Is there
I haven't,
anything-
'cause she hasn't actually weighed in, so
Yeah.
when she does, I'll
Yeah.
do that.
Just making sure we're
Yeah, we
copacetic.
will do that once I see her charming face. Well, Kathy, if you can hear us, if you unmute and video yourself, we'll love to hear your questions. Russ, do you have any, have you looked at the bonding, scenario regarding this? Have you crunched some numbers? Would it be a 10-year bond, do you think?
Yeah, so we looked at the bond, 10 years, we've estimated, because interest rates are so low right now, we've estimated a 0.96% interest rate on a 10-year bond, and that gives us a tax impact in the first year of 6.2 cents per thousand, so the total cost of the project would be $18.53 in the first year and $17.07 in the 10th year. So the average is around $17.80 a year for the 10 years.
So what would be the annual bond payment roughly?
In the first year, it works out to $137,000, and in the 10th year, $126,200. So as the principal declines, the interest,
Right.
or as the years go on, the interest declines.
So as Judy had mentioned, there were upwards of $12 million of potential rec spending over the next 5 or 6 years. And to Greg's point about that this would take away a lot of the items that were in that future spending, we could stand to, I think, save potentially $6 to $8 million, over that original $12 million ask. Between getting this building and then fine tuning it and the access a little bit, we get sort of everything we want for a fraction of the cost. So it would seem to me to be a fortuitous purchase. Any other questions? Nico? Oh, is she on? Kathy, go ahead. If I don't, do you want to start your video? Can somebody grab them back there and see if?
Sorry, Bob, I thought I heard her.
Well, she's unmuted.
Oh, and gone.
She dropped off.
Well,
So while we wait on Kathy, I'd just like to say, I think it's great that we could, in addition to, reducing by quite a bit the cost of, what was talked about before for a new rec complex, but also giving, extra parking, which is huge, because the more events you have, the more people you have going there, and the camps, you just kind of start running out of space. So this buys us parking as well. I think that's yet another good.
This also resolves our summer camp issue. If you follow rec along, you know that we have a big issue with where to put our campers when there's inclement weather. So this purchase of this building would actually solve that issue too.
And that's a real issue. I lived through it with my 2 kids, and it's just, you just hate it as a parent. You just hate it. So, have such a great community and a great camp, and to have that one
And today was a perfect example of parking issues we have currently at the 32 Court Street. So we started off with Meals on Wheels, then we also had Families First, who was doing their play group. Then we had a trip to Danvers Yacht Club for our senior citizens to go see an ABBA cover band. Yes, I said ABBA. And then also in the afternoon, we had chair yoga. So we had people parking on the street, and they were happy about it. It definitely will be a challenge this winter as we continue, but there's 20 strong seniors that came and were actively moving upstairs and jumping around like they were louder than the Families First group that was up there with toddlers.
Nancy?
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity, but access, we have another access route, we have parking on the same side of the street, so no one has to, it's gonna hopefully reduce quite a bit through crossing of the street there. So yeah, I see this as a win-win. So thank you.
Kathy? Can you hear her through the computer, Nico?
I thought I heard something in the computer, that's why I'm waiting for it.
And they are working on it. They did say they're trying to.
Okay.
Yes. Just to make sure I did it right.
There you go. Thank you.
We can hear you, Kathy.
We just now.
There.
Now you're muted again.
Now, it should be.
While we're waiting for her, Chris?
I certainly join the chorus of people that see the value in the property. Its proximity to the park is fantastic. I have something just itching in the back of my mind, though, that, looking at the proposal that didn't pass a couple of years ago, which was certainly a fantastic structure and would have solved a lot of problems. In its current, acquisition and $100,000 upgrade will be somewhat less than what that would be. My question is there discussion, special effects tonight too. Is there discussion already, is it even in the possibility of raising that building and putting something new there, or is really the vision to maximize that structure and wring everything out of it so that we're not coming back to the taxpayer with yet another bond in just a couple of years' time?
That's where we're going to take a step back and really examine what the future of that building holds, Chris, to be honest with you. That's one of the things we believe in the structure currently, with possibly a small expansion in the future, but that is not anywhere set in stone. We need to kind of do an evaluation of what our needs will be moving forward.
Right.
And it's hard to, we don't want to commit to saying, oh yes, we're going to raise it and build a brand new, because that's not what we're looking for. We're looking to be fiscally responsible and sustainable. To me, it's a beautiful 1800s farmhouse that really calls out New England-esque. So why can't we play on that New England view and make some small renovations to make it adaptable and more programming space for us, and see where the future holds.
Thanks.
Bob? Yeah. Hold on a second.
Woo!
I don't know what's going on, but Ton, go ahead.
I'm very supportive of this, but I do have just a couple of questions and comments. How many parking spots do you currently have on Court Street?
23.
23, I thought I heard you say that.
And you got to take into account, that's 23, and then minus at least 6 for staff.
Yeah.
And then Meals on Wheels staff. So you're really talking about 12 for the general public to come in.
Got it, but you've got 23 spots.
That's
and
correct.
actually, at least 12 of, sounds like 12-ish or so of those are required for the
Yep.
department, right?
Yep.
Yeah, got it. Because I think, I mean, there are a lot of comments about the wonderful parking opportunity, but I think I think your biggest problem is going to end up being expectations about that. Because people are going to go for those parking spots right away, and they're going to fill up right away, and then there's going to be back and forth between parking lots, and potentially you're going to be expanding on that building, and that's going to cut into your parking spots potentially. So I think your biggest problem, I'm totally supportive, but your biggest problem is going to end up being expectations, I think. Another question, square footage in your current building, Court Street.
It's approximately the same square footage, but programmatic-wise, first floor compared to first floor, and that's what we're going to compare.
Yeah.
This building, 10 Hampton Road, would have more programming space than we currently have.
Comparing first floor to first floor.
Yep.
What about storage, Court Street versus that one?
Similar. Yep.
Really? 'Cause,
Yep.
I used another S word, but you have a lot of stuff.
We do have a lot of stuff.
You have a lot of stuff, and I've been in your basement, and
Yep.
I've been in your attic, and I see the garage next to the building.
Yeah.
I'm not talking it down or anything, but I'm just, again, speaking to expectations. I think I've been around town just long enough to know that, people are going to vote for this, if they're going to vote for this thing. They're going to think it's all just magically done the next day. And I just would imagine you're going to have
That's where we
a
need
job to do.
Yeah, to temper their
to get things from Court Street ultimately all over there. I don't think it's all going to happen in one fell swoop anyway. So I think, again, you're going to have to manage, if all goes well, you're going to have to manage the expectations. That's going to be your biggest problem.
Absolutely.
How about now, Kathy?
I can hear you now.
Excellent.
I could not see or hear anyone for a good 20 minutes, so
I think they got
I
it
want to
fixed.
thank Bob Bubwacky. He did it remotely from his home, so it was great.
Nice.
Wow.
So now there's two of you, but one of you can ask the
know.
question.
I don't have any questions.
The other can answer.
Okay, so, because I saw you raise your hand.
I was raising my hand to try to fix whatever was wrong with the video.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
but I'm here now, and I
Any
am
other-
alone in the room.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that. Any other questions on the 10 Hampton Road? Anna?
It really just follows on what Tom was saying, and I'm very supportive of this purchase too, but I think it's important to be very clear to the voters that this building is not sufficient for some of the programmatic and larger public engaging facilities that we envision with the proposal a couple of years back, or with other, replacing the pool building, for instance. Christine mentioned, or you mentioned, a place for kids to go during storm. it sounds like even that is going to be a really cramped space for that sort of situation, because you have a few hundred campers. So again, following what Ton said, I think it's important to manage. This is not going to be the Parks and Rec complex that some people were envisioning or still anticipating sometime in the future.
Absolutely, and that's something we need to temper expectations and say it is a work in progress, but we want to be as frugal as possible and really do a deep dive into the department and make sure that whatever we do to that site is responsible to the taxpayers of Exeter.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve moving the 10 Hampton Road building purchase proposal on to the select board for their approval.
Second.
Further discussion? We'll take a roll call vote. Chris?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye.
Nancy is out. Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. We'll move this on to the select board for their review. Okay, we'll get into, thank you, Greg, for your time. And before we discuss the rest of the,
Further down.
yes, the rest of the items, you'll see some of the notes I put in there that there were possibility of having some funding options through either the ARPA funds, some of which we have in hand and are expecting more, as well as a potential fund balance of both the general fund, either the general fund or the water and sewer fund. So Russ, I guess will give us sort of an overview of what that might look like, and then we can decide as a group how we would want to proceed with some of the funding mechanisms. So if Russ, you could.
Yeah, sure. So we have right now, as we sit here, $4.9 million in our fund balance. That's what we'll have as of December 31st. And then whatever the revenues and expense differentials are in this current year, that will carry over and create more fund balance for us to use to lower the tax rate. And typically, the select board annually has attributed about $700,000 to $800,000 of our surplus to lower the tax rate, and they operate under a fund balance policy that basically puts our fund balance that is needed between 5% and 17%. It depends what model you follow, whether you go 5 or 17. And right now we're at about 8%. So when we were looking at the CIP items in the warrant articles for this past year, or this year coming up, there were 4, and I'll just list them real quickly: the Rains Barn improvements, the Parks Improvements Fund, the dump body truck in the Public Works Department, and then the Fire Department's Car 3 replacement. We had earmarked those for fund balance and to be able to pay for those out of the town surplus, so there wouldn't be a tax rate impact in the following fall if those were all passed and approved by the voters. So part of the strategy was, obviously, we had a lot of requests. Every year we have a lot of requests, but this year we had quite a few, and so in the financing schematic, we were trying to figure out the best mix of financing that would support the overall budget and the CIP for this coming year. So that's why you see on the sheet that Bob handed out on the right-hand side, under funding options, there's been a lot of thought put into how would we finance something, or what bucket would we pay for something out of. The other thing that obviously has crept into this year's conversation is ARPA funds. So as we've said at prior meetings, we have $1.6 million in ARPA funds. We have $800,000 on hand. We have another $800,000 coming. Those funds are restricted to particular uses. However, we did do a lost revenue calculation that indicates that we have about $950,000 that we could apply to general government services. So that's going to be part of an ongoing discussion. I don't think we have an idea of, our list of ARPA projects is hardly complete. It's something that we're continuing to converse about. But on this sheet that you have tonight, there are a couple of projects that we've earmarked for that would be good candidates for ARPA funding. So that's really where the rubber meets the road. And for about every $100,000 in spending, if you think about it that way, it's about 4.5 cents on the tax rate. So you can apply that logic, although that doesn't take into account changes in town value. So if, as our value continues to grow, obviously that has a positive impact on keeping our rate lower. So that's the overview.
Excellent, thank you. And obviously, with out of that 1.6 million, we're certainly not interested in spending all of that right away. So simple math, we have, what, till 2026 to spend that?
We have until 2026 to spend it, yes.
Yeah.
2024, it has to be committed by then, and then 2026, we have to actually spend the money.
So simple math would dictate that, you know, we would have about $400,000 a year that we could apply ARPA funds to. Obviously, that would be determined on how much we want to keep for future projects and let's say, the importance of some of the projects that we're discussing this year. So with that in mind, Corey, why don't you walk us through with the Public Works Department the Pickpocket Dam discussions that we started a few weeks ago?
Sure. So we kind of went into some detail when we met last, or when I discussed it during the DPW presentation. I provided you all with the legal letter that we received in 2020 or 2021 regarding some specific issues on the dam and our rights and what we need to do as we think about modifying it. But, you know, just to go over high level the background.
Craig, can we ask you to speak up?
Oh, sure. You can't hear me?
Not well.
Oh, sorry.
The mask muffles your voice.
Yep, so in 2011, the town of Exeter was issued a letter of deficiency on the dam, which required us to do what is called a breach analysis. That breach analysis was finally conducted in 2018, which led to the dam being reclassified as high hazard, meaning that, yes, you know, in the event of an event, the risks and the damage downstream is elevated. That reclassification now requires us to do some analysis and planning, and then ultimately some modification or potentially removal of the dam. So where we find ourselves now is in 2021, as I mentioned, some legal work was done. Some different scenarios were run on breach events. And we also filed for and got approval for an extension of time to basically deal with this issue. Initially, we had till mid-2025 to come up with a plan and execute on it, and now we have till 2027. I guess, so where we stand is there's $185,000 being requested this year to be used in conjunction, or so for next year, to be used in conjunction with remaining funds from last year, I guess, or 2 years ago, $110,000 to also potentially be leveraged with some grant money that we are going after. And all that would go towards doing, where am I here? Doing our analysis to come, our feasibility, I'm going to look at get the right wording here. What am I looking for? Hold on. Our feasibility study, sorry. Which will tell us, are we taking the thing out? Are we modifying it? Like, what's our least cost option going forward? So that's where we find ourselves. I guess one thing that came up since, or that I've been thinking about since we met last and talked about this is, you know, is the state really okay with us if we come back to them and say, we're just going to modify this thing, we're not going to take it out? Is that okay with them, or do they really want to see that dam gone?
Absolutely, an option. You know, we're going to be looking at multiple alternatives, and if any of those are truly feasible, you know, engineering analysis-wise, and they can meet all the discharge criteria for a high-hazard dam, those alternatives are acceptable.
They are.
Yeah.
And the state, I mean, just, if the end game for the state was, you need to remove this thing, then what's the point in doing a feasibility study, right? You just move to where we need to be. So it just struck me that, as long as that's an okay result, that we just do some modifying and that's our least cost option.
Correct. Yep.
Obviously, as Bob has got in our schedule of discussion tonight, this is one that we, might consider using some ARPA funds to pay for. The subcommittee, I think it makes sense for us to do this next step now and understand what it is we need to do next, and then decide what our appetite for doing that is when we get that study done. As we talked about the last time we were together, it strikes me that the language in the most recent letter we've received from the state is much softer than it's been in the past about what we need to do. So, who knows where this all goes, but I think we need to shed some more light on exactly what our options are and how much they're going to cost us.
Chris, did you have a question? No.
I have a question.
Hey, Judy?
Would this feasibility study that's envisioned, it would look at all options, and in this study, would it include possible impacts on downstream properties?
I believe so. I think, the results, whatever we implement, has to mitigate the existing, damage or impact that is in place today if we had one of those events. So it would 100% have to take care of those or address it to some degree.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. That's really the primary goal of the Dam Bureau, is that we are reducing those impacts to the downstream abutters, if you will. And I did want to just provide you all with an update. Just this week, we learned that one of the, initially we had talked about receiving a coastal resiliency grant on the order of $40,000. We have learned that is true. We are going to be the recipient of that. But the other funding that we had put in for was a state revolving loan fund, and they were telling us that we could probably get $75,000 in principal forgiveness. It's actually highly likely that we're eligible for $100,000 in pure grant. So that's even more to the town's benefit. And I think this kind of shows when funding starts to become available with some of these major federal programs, if we're in the queue and we've identified needs and projects, we stand a much better chance of getting additional funding and assistance from the state and indirectly the federal programs. So it's important that we have these CIP programs and identify projects, because if we didn't have this identified, we wouldn't be hearing back that, oh no, we're going to give you more money. I just wanted to share that with you.
Tom?
So then to reiterate that, and if we were to ultimately, or if the town were to approve this 185 for moving this thing forward, there's a better chance that we'll be in the queue for any money that might come out of the infrastructure bill, for example, timing-wise. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I don't know any specifics, and again, it's always up to the state how they parse these funds from their perspective, but, and this is just for the feasibility piece.
Yeah.
And the sooner we know what our alternative is and what approach we're going to take, I don't know if that potentially could also be in the queue. But until we have that feasibility study done and the town has determined what's the course that we want to take, we won't have any money until
Right.
we make that decision. So-
Right, but a dam, to me, sounds like an infrastructure thing, potentially.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's public safety as well,
Yeah.
not in a traditional sense, but
Right.
obviously there's some flooding issues. In the CIP write-up, you had mentioned an extension request of the deadlines was sent to DES. Are those the new deadlines in the August 25th letter?
Correct.
So we now have until about 6 years from now to actually do something construction-wise, through the end of '27.
To complete the construction, yes.
I have one other really crazy question. Is there any potential for electricity generation from a dam such as that?
It's extremely, what we call very low head. It's not a very high dam. And of course, there are micro turbines and things have become more and more efficient. But I know when we looked at Great Dam, which is similar head, at that time, it did not have enough of a generation capacity to really want to consider, but I think that might be something.
So that was actually something that was at least momentarily considered
At that time.
in the Great Dam?
Correct.
Well, hopefully that'll at least momentarily be considered in this dam as well. But
I think cursorily, I don't think, there wasn't a plan to do a full exhaustive evaluation of the net energy that could be produced, but it would be.
So if you recall the letter, I think either Jen or Corey had passed it out a few weeks ago, the August 25th, 2021 letter from DES to us. A line jumps out at me at the second to last paragraph. It says, we recommend, you are urged, which is a nice softening of their position of a few years ago, to implement the recommendations listed above by the date suggested or another schedule that aligns with your resources. Well, I think we can all agree this is sort of, even though we've been dealing with it for a number of years, it's probably not something that either us or the select board would love to have, a several $100,000 expenditure of our resources. However, as Jen said, it sounds like if we approve it, we don't necessarily have to spend $185,000 in 2022. We can look at how everything shakes out, but at least we've approved it and then are in line for additional monies from the feds as they may or may not become available. And to that end, I would certainly like to have this committee consider having this paid in its entirety, 185, let's say 185, even though it might be less, by ARPA funds, because this would not only take the burden off the taxpayers, it would allow us time to sort of assess our situation, again, without unduly impacting the taxpayers while still getting the job done. So that would be my recommendation. Chris?
Yeah, just a quick question. So 2 weeks from now, we get a 50-year rain and the dam fails. Who pays for that?
The town is owner of the dam.
Okay.
Yeah, we're responsible.
So obviously, if the dam fails and, there's really no time to put it on the CIP and get it to the voters for, if it's some sort of emergency, where do you go for the funding for that?
Well, if it's, truly in failure mode, there are potentials for additional funding through FEMA. That's typically a route, and Chief Wilking is an expert at FEMA funding. It's not easy. It's very cumbersome, very burdensome, but that is a totally different approach than what we've been talking about.
No, I know.
Yeah.
So I just, it's just one of those things where, we see weather events getting more and more intense all the time, and I think, to kick this thing further down the road just makes zero sense. So I'm fully aligned with this idea.
Any other comments on this item? Or questions?
I'll make a comment before.
You want to add? What's that?
I'll make a comment before we vote on it, which is that I'm inclined to favor this expenditure, but I'm extremely skeptical about future expenditures on this thing. So, it'll be good to have the additional information. That's that's where I stand on this dam right at the moment.
Would you mind if I make a motion on this one?
No.
Or
No,
do
go
you
for it.
prefer to do something?
No, go ahead.
I would move that we approve this item for consideration by the Select Board with the additional consideration that they use a portion of our ARPA funds to pay for this and not have it impact the general tax rate for 2022. Any further discussion?
Bob, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
On these votes that you're taking as a committee, does this mean you're recommending the project?
I guess.
Or are you just recommending the selectmen review it? Because on the 10 Hampton Road, I heard how the motion sort of sat. And
I guess we're recommending that we approve it,
Okay.
and then it be passed along to the Select Board for their consideration. We're obviously just a recommendations committee.
Right.
So that if there's different language you'd like me to have in there for your purposes, I have no problem doing that.
No, I just wanted to get that clarification, so.
Yeah, we're approving it as moved and seconded for consideration then by the Select Board.
Great, thanks.
Chris, how would you vote?
Aye.
Corey?
Wait a minute, what about
I'm sorry?
discussion?
If you would like discussion, we would love to hear your
Just
discussion.
a question about the funding, considering what Jennifer just told us about possible $100,000 grant money that might be available.
Good point.
Again, it's not committed at this point. It's highly likely, so I don't think you want to change the numbers at this point.
Okay, if it's highly likely, would we not have used the ARPA funds? I mean, how does this work out?
Well, it's like a lot of things. If we vote in the money, but we don't spend that much money, then we don't use it.
The original amount in the CIP was 300,000. And so what's been offset that amount to get it to 185 is the 40,000 coastal resiliency grant plus the 75,000 that we would be eligible for in SRF. And now Jennifer is talking about 100,000 in a pure grant form. So that number 185 might come down a little bit from that if the $100,000 materializes.
Okay, thank you.
So hopefully that helps the framework.
I want a clarification on that, if you don't mind. Are you suggesting then that there might be a scenario where more money than 185,000 is expended on this mandate? Or are you suggesting that
it's the other way.
That it's the other way, that if these funds become available, then the amount that we expend will be less than 185?
So instead of a 75,000 revolving loan fund, Jennifer is saying that we might be in line for 100,000 grant.
Yeah.
In which case we wouldn't have to even pay it back.
Yeah.
And it would be more. So it would be more like in the 175, I'm sorry, in the
160-ish.
60-ish, thank you.
I was momentarily hearing Russ saying that more money would be, more than 185,000 might end up being expended. That's what I heard.
No, the original number in the CIP was 300,000. And now what you're discussing is 185, so the delta is 115,000. And that 115,000 is made up by the 40,000 grant that we talked about earlier and the $75,000 SRF allocation.
Okay.
So it may end up being less if the town gets more grant money, that 185 would come down.
It's the same as if you approve a vehicle for $50,000 and it only costs 47.
Yeah.
You're not, taking that 3,000, you're just spending the 40,000. We're just suggesting that the town encumber $185,000 for this project, and it might be less.
Yeah, I was just reacting to what I thought I heard Russ say.
Okay, any other discussion?
I just want to stay on this, but we still, the whole project is more than the 185, because we have 110 from prior years that go into this well. So it is a bigger project than 185, just so we're being clear in the conversation.
Okay.
One clarifying question. So, I mean, we're all talking about not wanting this money to exceed what we're talking about here, but I'm assuming that if this is a modification and not a removal of the dam, then there will be maintenance in the future. Is that correct? So, I mean, just for people to, be clear on this isn't a one-shot deal.
Right.
It's done.
Oh, gosh, no.
But we own this dam and we have to be responsible to maintain it. So-
Absolutely.
never
Typically, and I believe what we did in the Great Dam feasibility study, we do life cycle cost analysis so that we have all those maintenance annual, costs included in any of the alternative decisions.
Further discussion? Chris, how do you vote?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, everyone. Next item is West Side Drive reconstruction project, which includes 3 components. One is drainage improvements that the general fund would pay for, and water and sewer improvements that the water and sewer funds would pay for. Do you want to discuss this, Corey, or?
I think I'd kick it over to you if you don't mind.
I mean, it's a pretty straightforward project. A number of years ago, the town looked at several drainage subcatchments in the town, and as both for drainage improvements, but also removing I&I from the sewer system. And we did the J.D. Hill project with those goals in mind just a few years ago, and with very high level of success in removing II and improving the drainage in that neighborhood. And this is sort of the second large catchment area in town that we will be attempting to conduct. So West Side Drive, it's a $330,000 and change project. And a portion of that, again, will be paid for by the general fund, and a portion by the water fund, and a portion by the sewer fund.
Bob,
Judy?
could I just ask you, engineers, for the viewers' information, when you use I&I and other such terms, just to use the
It's
full word?
infiltration and inflow, and it's basically groundwater and rainwater that get into the sewer line that's not supposed to be there. So it takes away capacity in the sewer line, and it also, we have to treat clean water at the sewer treatment plant. So I&I is infiltration and inflow. Thank you for bringing that up.
And Bob, and I know you know this better than anybody, so the 330,000 we're being asked for this year is the design and engineering. It's actually a $4.8 million project in total.
Yeah, it's about $69,000 for each, the general fund and the sewer component, and $192,000 and change for the water component. And then after the design's done, presumably in the next couple of years, we would be asked to fund the construction of it, similar to the way we did it for J.D. Hill. It ended up being a 3 to 4 year project once, from now until when it's complete.
Just to clarify the financing too, because it says 1 year non-debt, actually what the contemplating financing schematic would be a 5-year bond.
Okay.
Which is the maximum amount we're allowed to borrow for design. That's not when it's just strictly design and engineering.
So it wouldn't be 1 year allocated to the funds, it'd be a 5-year bond, and then you would do a percentage?
Yes.
Similar, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Bob, is this another one of those projects that, as Russ said, the infrastructure book is still being written? We'll have this in the pipeline. Might it be one of those projects that could be funded with outside sources from the federal infrastructure bill?
We certainly would hope so. That would be nice. We'll be looking under every rock for money.
Yeah, historically.
The rocks are big, so
at least
hopefully we'll find some.
Recently, infrastructure projects have not been high on the funding list. There have been other ways to get monies, but even for roads, but not for infrastructure. But like Russ said, we always have our nose to the ground here.
And the benefit is we will have a fully designed project too, which will help us.
That's right.
Shovel ready, as they say.
Exactly, shovel ready, have it shovel ready.
Any other comments or questions on the West Side Drive project? I would make a motion that we accept the West Side Drive reconstruction design project as written for $330,715 for consideration by the Select Board.
I'll second Mary's motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Chris is saying aye, so I guess we're right into the vote. Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. Ms. Rowan, would you walk us through the fire department's request for a self-contained breathing apparatus found on page 13 of the CIP?
This is a request that was deferred from last year, and the chief is here, and he has spoken clearly about the necessity of replacing this equipment. And we, at our last meeting, when we talked about this, we had explored purchasing half of the air sacs, and it was determined that that created a problem with a potential difference in models, and each firefighter needs to know and be comfortable with the equipment they're using, and having different models could create a problem for them. And Russ had offered that this would be a 7-year lease purchase. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So the first year payment would be just over $59,000.
Eric, you want to say a few words about this request?
First, I'd like to thank my assistant fire chief for stepping in my absence on the 3rd. I thought I listened from someplace south, I can't remember where the devil I was. And second off, just to be clear, there are no such things as FEMA experts. Jen is very kind, just well experienced, because the rules change regularly. But no, thank you for having us again. The self-contained breathing apparatus is the kind of the backbone of our ability to operate in atmospheres of fires and smoke, and IDLH is what we call immediate to life and hazard. I did check, as Judy pointed out, I spoke to the manufacturer, and I kind of came at it with them from, what if we purchased half in year one, and then could I get commitments from the manufacturer to maintain the same design, style, everything? And they felt pretty comfortable with that. There are no guarantees in life, but they felt they could do that. I didn't look at it from an aspect of how we get from where we are with with aging packs that are 10 years old to only replacing half of them this year. So I kind of was already looking ahead at what to do, and Chief Paisan and I chatted it through with both manufacturers that were kind of courting, and they felt that it would be a very large safety factor if we had old packs integrated with new packs. Not to mention every firefighter would have to carry what we call 2 face pieces that they get assigned. That way we don't have any cross-contamination. It's been a good process for years. So I would ask your support for the 40 packs. And 10 years ago, almost 11 years now, we bought 45 air packs, and through some processes of replacing apparatus and seating assignments, we figured we only need 40 packs for all the seats and all the vehicles that we need assigned for firefighters. So we've kind of called it down. I would finally add, and wrapping it up, that this figure is a pre-bid figure. This is what we call Massachusetts state bid. That state allows all the vendors to submit a price, and many of the larger manufacturers have done so. The manufacturers feel reasonably confident that should we ask them to produce a written bid on our specification, we could see some reductions on this, although with COVID and supply chain and inflation, nobody's willing to throw a number out, but we're hoping that we could bring a project in less than the 348, but I would seek your support to replace them for that number.
And the subcommittee fully supports this request.
Thank you, ma'am.
Questions?
What is the lead time if you got the green light?
About 3 months.
Oh, really?
And again, a lot of it is The manufacturers based in Massachusetts stocked a great number of them. We're not the only fire department. It's just a matter of getting in the queue. So they're made here in this country, both major manufacturers, Scott Aviation and MSA. So they're made, the parts are here. It's just a matter of figuring out when we get in the queue. When we put our order in, there'll be others in front of us, and then they can go. But we've been told about 90 days.
Tom?
What would you do with the old ones?
Typically, the manufacturers take them in trade, and you would cry if I told you what they did if we changed brands, because they are pretty much just trashed. So if we decide to change from the Scott Aviation packs we've had for the last 10 years to MSA, there is absolutely no value to an MSA dealer to hold on to those packs. So they're pretty much just destroyed, scrap for aluminum and parts. If we stay with Scott, they could cannibalize them for parts, and that will be part of our bid. We'll seek a number. It will not be very large, but we'll seek a number and see if there's any value in trade.
So you don't hang on to them as backup, whatever?
Not on those, because again, the potential to intermix the new or the old is too great.
Yeah.
So we didn't do that. I will say, when we bought the Scott the last time, what they did is they gave us free cylinders for the pack. So they basically gave us 45 cylinders for free as a trade value, as opposed to.
Oh, nice.
Money. So there is a process.
That works.
Thank you.
Any further discussion, comments, or questions? I would entertain a motion to approve the amount of $348,344.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Suter?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. And Judy will now discuss the police department's request for body-worn cameras found on page 14 of the CIP. Welcome, Chief Pulliam.
The subcommittee also supports this request for the purchase of body cameras. I appreciate the chief in the department getting out ahead on this issue and coming to a position and having thought through all of the issues about storage, access, what are best practices with regard to the video produced, what are the state laws that govern, and the cameras themselves, there's unlimited data, local control, training included, and the company, he notes, is endorsed by Black Lives Matter.
Like to say anything about the technical aspects of it?
Of course. Yes, we have exterior support, one from Exeter State Rep Alexis Simpson. We have support from the Seacoast chapter of Black Lives Matter. We have internal support from our officers we surveyed. We have support from the Exeter Police Stakeholders Committee and a survey that we also completed with our citizens. It goes without saying that this is the future of policing, and when I talk to chiefs that have body cameras, they can't imagine policing without them now that they have them. These particular cameras are the best of the best, like Judy touched upon, as far as instant downloading a video. There's no room for human error where an officer may forget to download or, screw up a download. It's instantly downloaded as it happens. Full uniform outfitting. These are not the bulky cameras that you're used to seeing from back in the day. There are also retrofitting holsters, so anytime the firearm is unholstered, the camera comes on automatically. In the police car, in the police car, if the lights are put on, they come on automatically.
That's cool.
So those are all features of these cameras. They have GPS with live tracking as well. So very good. The agencies that have this particular camera right now are Manchester, Hudson, and Hollis. Dover has been approved at $487,000 to outfit their department, and the state police have recently been approved for $3.4 million for this set of cameras. So I'm ready to entertain any questions that you might have regarding these questions.
I gather also there are several benefits from using the cameras. Getting convictions in court, you have an actual video of the involvement of the parties. But I had not understood about all the complaints the department receives from various residents, and having video is protective of officers as well as providing accountability and transparency.
Right, that's right. We don't have a lot of complaints, but one complaint is too many. But having this available to us, we'll be able to either validate the complaint or exonerate the complaint. It's going to be more than just one word versus another in a lot of cases. And that could be something as simple as a complaint of someone being rude. And then where we would go from there, as far as the funding, I didn't even touch upon this, is we do have a pending federal grant for this. I reached out again recently to see if we can get any further update on where we are with that, and I was just told hopefully by the end of the year we'll know one way or the other. I was also recently informed of a state grant that's going to be available the first of the year, and that's for all of New Hampshire, is getting $1 million. So how they're going to split that up is we'll apply for that state grant, and they'll match 50% up to $50,000. So there's some good chance that this number that we see in the CIP could be reduced.
Excellent.
Is that all for body camera equipment?
That's for body, yes.
Yeah.
And you would still be looking at a 5-year bond on that? Or
Yeah,
five-year
so
note?
it's a 5-year lease purchase is how we've structured the financing, just based on the amount, but we're going to continue to monitor the grant situation, and it's like you'll hear tonight on a few of these projects, December, January time window tends to be one where grant monies are decided where they're going to go. So we may modify but the 233 is a firm number. It's just if that comes down by any degree with the grant funding that may be available.
Excellent. Chris?
Yeah, I know I asked last time about, obviously I support this, and it's obvious. I just wanted to know that, and I did ask that how they have to charge, that's why you can't go with too few, but knowing that not everybody's going to need to wear one at all times, could you still go with a few less and still be able to have, let's say 10 being used and 10 being charged at any point in time? I just didn't know if there was a possibility without sacrificing.
Well, we would end up with, it's going to be part of the officer's uniform.
Okay.
So however they're going to install that on their bulletproof vest, which is going to then look through the hole in their uniform.
Okay.
I think we're going to run into a lot of, it's in someone's locker, or they brought it home because they had a detail.
Oh, okay.
I think, I don't think that would be wise.
Okay.
So this is an integral part of their uniform, obviously.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and that's what we see the future, is that this is going to be no different than any other piece on our duty belt.
But this one, they're going to have to remember to charge it up at the end of a shift.
Yeah.
Maybe they have to do that with other things already too, their radios and what have you.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion to approve the $233,000 requested by Chief Pullian for the body worn cameras.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy? Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
I just want to say how impressive this is. You think back 5-10 years, the controversy about this. Commend the chief and his department for being so on board with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, next item is the Rains Barn improvements. Nancy, you want to just go through some of the background on this?
Sure. So Conservation Commission had gone for a previous grant on this and didn't get that one, but they worked with the grant people. I can't remember, it's LTIP, right?
Yeah.
And they worked well with them on how to improve the use of Rains Barn and for the future. And so far, it sounds like it's a go, but it hasn't been approved yet, right? Okay, I'm looking at somebody on that committee. So the original price is $249,600. Conservation Commission is going to use $50,000 from their fund, and there is a potential $100,000 grant. We could leave $100,000 cost. This barn, we invested in this barn a long time ago. It needs some serious work. It's being utilized, and it will be utilized even more once we get some of the structural work done. And the subcommittee, what's the word I'm looking for? Recommends. Thank you. Sorry, I've been up since 4:15, I'm getting back.
So, just reading the fine print here, if we do not get that LCHIP grant, it sounds like we are not going to pursue this right now.
That was my understanding. Russ, do you have a better understanding?
No, I think that's right. I think the project's always been contingent upon getting the grant. And LCHIP is another one of those programs where we will hear in December of whether or not we get the grant. So.
Okay. Any other questions?
And you guys confirm that the facilities committee also approves of?
No, I did not go to the facilities committee to ask them.
I have a note here that says we have a letter of support from facilities committee, no?
That's correct. They did endorse it.
Yeah, we didn't have that, they did.
I guess I'm just asking in general.
Yeah.
I'm confirming my note.
Okay.
Even better.
Okay, anyone would like to make a motion on this? Nancy?
I will. I move for the Rains Barn Improvement Project. I do it for the full cost, right? $249,000 or, yeah, okay. For $249,600.
Second.
And do we want to add contingent on receipt of the LCHIP grant?
The $100,000 LCHIP grant, receiving that, and $50,000 from the Conservation Fund.
Second.
You'll second that, Judy, that language, that added on language?
I think it was
That was me, yes.
Oh, you, oh, okay. Okay, great, thank you. Any further questions? Chris?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
So much harmony in the room tonight.
Okay, next item, Ms. Belanger, intersection improvements plan. I know this is somewhat of a curveball, and if you'd like Russ
It
to...
was because it's public works, but I will give it a shot.
Well, I wasn't sure where to put it exactly,
It's okay.
so
I will
whoever wants to
do
take
the
it, that would be
best I can
fine.
with it. How's that? Because there was a question during the general government all-day meeting on whether or not this project could also be done at the same time as the bike and pedestrian improvement.
So
Assessment?
if you want, I spoke to this when we were doing DPW, so I'm happy to,
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah. or we can continue to do this.
No.
I feel your pain, believe me.
I appreciate it.
It's called the curveball, man.
This was
It's already
actually,
tried.
this was originally a 2023 project
Correct.
that we've sort of advanced and accelerated into 2022, given sort of the history we've had this year with, intersections and wanting to get things right around that. So in the past, we've identified intersections that we considered in need of attention. So this is now to take $50,000 and take those highest priority intersections and have a consultant tell us, all right, this is what needs to happen, this is what it's going to cost, and then we can go forth, next year or the year after or whatever with actual projects.
That's correct. This was initially planned to be a 2023 project, as Corey said, but with the volume of requests we're receiving to consider improvements to different intersections, we felt that this needed to be advanced quicker. Yep.
You're getting requests from the public about, or complaints about intersections and?
Yes.
Please change my intersection?
Yes. we are.
Really?
Yeah, we
Okay.
do. Yep.
I can say at least from 14, 15, and 16, that was a conversation that we needed to discuss at the select board level.
Yeah. I just thought that in general, people don't like to change things, so that's why I'm almost surprised that people are requesting changes.
So what about the concept of combining those two? Is there any crossover or, the pedestrian, obviously the bike is somewhat different, but maybe not if you're improving a whole intersection. I mean, having bike paths, especially downtown, it just might be a really good idea. Is it worth sort of combining
From our
these?
general government meeting, Chris Zigmont had the valuable input that there are separate purposes and also separate funding and separate policies in these, essentially 3 areas: traffic, pedestrian, and bike. So consolidating them into one might not be effective.
As well, and you're right, and as well, it also risks losing both as well. So if someone doesn't feel right because the number's too big, then both lose or all 3 lose, or however you combine it, so.
And this strikes me as the studying has kind of been done, and now we're kind of moving into an execution mode. Like, what's it going to cost us to do some of these things?
Yeah, it's to kind of take it to the next step, work with the identified highest needs intersections, develop up-to-date cost estimates for improvements, what some of the alternatives are. There are always, as with any improvement, there's multiple alternatives that need to be considered, but developing the best alternative for those sites. And absolutely, I think it probably, we are going to be taking bike and ped aspects to all of these intersections. That's an important part of what we do anyway. But the master plan for the bike and ped facility is a different, has a different focus, and it's more townwide too, so.
Further discussion? I'll entertain a motion on the intersection improvements plan.
So moved.
Second?
And the motion is to approve it
Yes.
for forwarding to the select board. Okay.
And I'll say aye.
All right, Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy? Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
So you've said, Bob, that we're making a recommendation for these items to move to the select board for consideration. So are we not saying that we think they should go before the voters? I mean, aren't you kind of saying that?
Well, I've always looked at our committee as we're a budget recommendations committee to the select board. That's where we are in the hierarchy, so they're our immediate bosses,
So
in my view.
Is it fair, so then I wouldn't want to see necessarily anything out there that says, Budget Recommendation Committee supports this as I walk into the polls.
I don't know if do we usually put the committee's recommendations? Usually it's just the select board, right?
On the warrant, ultimately,
Right. Well, for sure. No,
the
I
select
understand that.
board.
I'm just.
But if somebody says at town meeting, did this committee support something, I think that's.
Well, I think by the unanimous votes that were, by default, but I mean, we can word it differently if you'd like, but again, I always view, we're recommending to the select board what to put on in the budget and on the warrant, so.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's the direct line, in my view.
I wonder if Nico has an opinion on that, being on the select board.
minds.
I mean.
It wasn't me who put you on the spot, my
Yeah,
friend.
that's right, Nico.
Well, Mr. Chair, having sat in your chair for 2 years.
Yes.
I, as one select board member, I mean, I look at the work that you do, and, you know, I come to most of the meetings, and I listen to your recommendations, so, you know, when it comes before the select board, at least this select board member takes very seriously the recommendations and the comments that you make. That,
Yeah, I mean, just whether it speaks to the larger town or the point that Corey made, that the recommendation is to the select board more so than to the town.
Then to the voters.
Than to the voters.
Yeah, that's how but I mean, you're taking into consideration, I mean, you're all citizens, you're all voters, you know, all coming from different sides, coming together and having a conversation and making, you know, your best recommendation to the board. So, you know, I look at it as, you know, you're a committee, recommendations committee making a recommendation to the select board, but at the same time, you know, representing what you feel is best for the town.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just want to be clear, though, since I feel like I'm getting a little convoluted here. So we're not just recommending to the select board that they think about it, we're recommending that
That it goes on the warrant.
Okay, they support
Exactly.
it.
Right.
Because I have no problem, I'm a voter, and I pay taxes, so I have no problem saying, when I just voted aye, that means I support it. I'm willing to pay for it.
Yeah. I think that's my take.
I gotta sit through all these meetings, like.
I'm just trying to go
I'm
through
okay with saying I
through the
support
chain
it.
of
I'm
command.
okay
For us
for
to
it.
recommend to the voters, you know, there's the select board who's going to review it for several meetings. There's a bond hearing in January that is going to be reviewing. So I'm just going up the chain of command. We can revise the wording accordingly if that's the consensus.
No.
But I sort of assumed that since we were approving it for consideration by the select board, that sort of speaks for itself. But
Well, I think that there are times when we move something along, but we're not necessarily saying we support it. Take, for instance, the rec project from a couple years ago. We weren't voting on it to say it should go to the voters. We put it forward to the select board for them to
however,
take it further.
I would argue that the motion at that time was to move it forward for discussion because we didn't have enough information at that meeting. So we made that, I think, very clear in the motion that we weren't necessarily approving the item. We were just approving it. We were basically kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
But that's the only time in 11 years of being on the committee that I can remember that we've done something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the exact phrase you used then.
Yes.
Kicking the can down the road.
So we do have, the chiefs have been very good about hanging in. You know, Jen and Matt are going to be here for the long haul, sorry. So we're going to shake things up a little bit to talk. Sorry, Matt, you weren't going to get out of here before 9 anyway, so I'd like to, discuss the, and with Greg as well. So why don't we, we'll do the Parks Improvement Fund with Greg, and then the police and fire vehicles so that the chiefs can move along.
I want to use ARPA sewer reserves to close any gap we have on that.
So we'll skip over number 8, the Public Works Garage for the minute, and discuss the Parks Improvement Fund, which would be you, Chris.
Yeah, so at the last meeting when we talked about this just briefly, I had mentioned that, and actually I reached out to Greg and asked him to bring a little more of a list of some of the things that are on that Parks Improvement Fund, because in the past, obviously I've been on this subcommittee for a few years now with Parks and Rec and heard every year about all these many, many projects that just keep stacking up and how important it is to have this fund to start addressing some of those, and that the $100,000 that was in the fund, that was proposed in the fund previously, wouldn't be enough to get, everything done, not even close, but at least we can make a decent dent in it. And so then this year in the booklet, it said 150. And I said, okay, I'm thinking that's reasonable. There's obviously, if there's a lot of projects and, just show us what they are. But then what was said at the last meeting was, well, actually, we're going to bump it down to 50, just because, there's, priority financially and time-wise is going to the purchase of the, potential purchase of that building. And I have a real problem with that. I don't support bumping it down to 50 or dropping it down to 50 or however you want to put it. It needs to be at least 100. At least keep it where it was before, because again, at 100, it doesn't get the job done. So if we're not getting the job done at 100, keeping up with the parks and everything else that we take full advantage of, and we keep talking about, they're getting heavily used, everything's heavily used, and everyone's out there. And so now to cut that funding in half because we might be buying a building, I think is foolish, and I do not support doing that.
Yeah, to speak to that as well, and again, I'm not saying, we've also demonstrated support for the purchase of the building, but should the building not pass the warrant, or not even make it to the warrant, and we only approve 50, then we're really selling ourselves short.
Good point.
By not preparing to take care of the parks that we're, left with, so yeah.
And if for some reason that things get so crazy that they can't get to all the projects that they have that's been budgeted, so be it. I think it would be a shame, and I think it should be a priority. But I think at least it should be a priority to maintain our parks. And like I said, the list is just a few examples in the booklet of things that need to be done. And the list is much, much bigger than that. And if Greg has any more information he wants to pass around or share, I'd be happy to hear it.
As you requested, Chris, I did bring a list. I'll pass this around. Yes, I've been on my soapbox, but trying to be financially feasible to the community. That's why we had made the request to reduce it. Deferred maintenance is a problem not only locally, but even nationally for parks. So, but again, I stand by slightly reducing it down to the 50 to be fiscally responsible.
Well, we have a page and a third of projects that are projects that could be done. So, yeah, $50,000 isn't going to. It'll paint the pool.
Corey?
And one other thing.
So again, I'm sorry I wasn't here for the discussion a week or so ago. So we approve $100,000 for DPW with a multi-million-dollar budget, and we're going to have $150,000 to do our park. I love our parks, but this is not balanced. If we've got work to do, it's work on our buildings around the town. So if we're going to keep this at 150, then I think we got to think about moving that maintenance budget up too.
What was that last part of your sentence?
My point is that if we have if we're going to keep this at $150,000 for parks, then we sure as heck better be moving up our maintenance on our buildings to way more than $100,000 either.
You're talking about the maintenance list, the $100,000 maintenance list.
Said is all they can do for years and years and years. I mean, to me, we got far more buildings than we do parks. And again, I love our parks, don't get me wrong, but something doesn't feel right here.
No, and I agree with what you're saying. I'm saying keep it at 100, what it's been in the past.
Or revise it to 100.
Part of, just so everybody's aware, because I had a hand in reducing it down to 50,000, part of that thought process was that we have 116,000 currently in the Parks Improvement Fund. So this was viewed as a one-year sort of carryover. If we put 50 more in the fund, then we'll have 166 to work with in FY22, and then we can come back in FY23 with another $100,000 or maybe $150,000 request. So that gives puts a little bit of context on the 50,000, along with the fact that we're going for the 10 Hampton Road bond issue.
How much work do we do on?
Can I ask a question?
Sure, Kathy, go ahead.
So my question would be, of that, you've got $100,000 to work on the new building, and is most of the work that you do both with the new building and with the Parks Fund done within the departments, within the town? And if you're using other vendors, as we know, most of them are straight out. And so what's your, from this year and any of your projects that you've done, how have you dealt with the lack of labor and, just trying to find people to do things?
Actually, we haven't had any problems finding contractors. It's done all with contractors. Last year, during the pandemic, Kids Park was done by contractors. DPW has helped us quite a bit on the day-to-day maintenance of it, but some of these things, they're vast too large to even rely on in-house.
Great.
And Kids Park was quite, was planned a year or two out, correct?
That is correct, and that's why right now we're going through that same motions. We're actually going to approve a design for Park Street Common Playground on November 30th, prior to the public information session for 10 Hampton Road. We're down to 2 designs, and we're inviting as many people to come via Zoom and whoever can fit into this room. So that is.
How are you finding vendors for that? I mean, I see you really do have to plan, a number of months or years out to find people. So how are you finding with that? Are you getting
playgrounds?
vendors?
There's approximately 8 major playground manufacturers. 4 of them submitted designs, and all of them have installation crews that work for them. So that they already have the built-in labor, and.
And there's not a backlog for supplies or anything like that?
It does take a delay in manufacturing of them, so that's why getting in the queue, we estimate late spring to do Park Street Common.
A quick question, how much of the 100,000 for this past year that was allotted have you spent?
Well, that was earmarked for the Park Street Common. So Park Street Common right now, there's a $100,000 budget.
Okay, so so you spent 100,000 this year.
It will be 100,000 once it's approved by the select board.
So I think, if I may, does that then, I was going to ask that question, why, it sounds like there's 116,000, Russ, is that what you said?
Right.
Parked right now, but that is earmarked for Park Street Common, is that's
correct.
My understanding then? Okay.
So were any improvements done this year? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Yes. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of what was. We did the mini playground renovation at the rec park. DPW actually did a majority of that, so we did use it. They excavated it out for the proper depth. We renovated the pavilion, which hadn't been at the rec park, that hadn't been renovated since, hadn't been renovated. It was built in 1999. The roof had rotted out. And all the timbers needed to be treated. We've done the guardrail and tree planting at Gilman Park. That one was a safety issue where the guardrail was falling down. So we've spent about $65,000 this year prior to Park Street Common.
So basically, at the end of Park Street, you'll have $16,000 in the fund.
That's correct.
And if this got approved as written, you'd have 66, which is about half of what you currently have, or a little more than that.
Earmark it, and that's why we're reduced what we do in 2022 too. Pool painting is 7 years. Every 7 years, the pool needs to be refinished. And I mean, not just Harry homeowner going in there with a roller and a brush and painting. It's a special pool paint that won't be eaten up by chlorine, and it's a 40, 50-year-old pool, so there's cracks that need to be filled in, micro cracks, not anything severe. And then drinking fountains. One of the things that we had postponed from the pandemic is replacing our drinking fountains with having bottle filling stations. One of them is slated to get replaced at Park Street, Kids Park, the rec park, and then a 4th, the sustainability committee was interested in having one in downtown, and I would work with a vendor in Public Works to put one in at Townhouse Common.
Nancy?
So I'm weighing toward what Christina's saying, to go to 100,000. I have one question to follow up from when we talked about this the last time. You had mentioned about cutting this back because of buying the house, or the possibility of purchasing that property, and that you had a lot to do for renovations there. If you had 100,000 instead of 50 plus whatever, would you have any problem spending it and getting some of these projects done? Would you have time to do other projects other than the renovations on the?
Yes, yep.
Thank you.
Further comments?
I mean, it's never a question of, are there projects to do? And I think DPW is in the same boat. They can do projects all day long. We just,
No, my
there's only so
question is,
many.
would we have time to do them?
Right.
Not, of course, we have a list. It's easy, if we could spend it. I wanted to know if they had time to do anything more.
So your proposal would be 100,000 instead of the 50 that it had been revised to?
That's what I'd like to propose, yes.
And I would second that.
Well, why don't we say motion second? Any further discussion on revising this budget from 50 to 100?
The discussion portion of it, I would just, I don't quite, I'm not that engaged in the Park Street project, but I hope that the funds get expended on general maintenance out and about and as well, that doesn't get just earmarked for a large project.
No. There's enough smaller things here if that would be granted. Like, something that we've discovered is a lot of flaws in our irrigation, trying to minimize the water use.
Yeah, I see the list and all, but like I said, I mean, I just hope that that if it does come to pass, that we work on that list and not just one grand project.
You mean like a new slide? I could wipe it right out.
I guess I'd just say, sorry, that I can support the $100,000 because I feel like it's balanced and in line with what we're saying about what we're going to spend on some of our other buildings and maintenance projects that we have. So that's consistent.
I have a question for Russ. This was one of the projects that was slated to be paid for out of the general fund balance. And if you look at the 4 projects that you had selected, that comes out to about $270,000, which is about half of the proposed warrant articles. Adding 50 then puts us over half. Are you comfortable with that, or would you see a different, like a sort of a split funding mechanism if we went to 100 on this?
If we went to 100, I would probably still recommend it come from fund balance. We're pushing the ceiling, but I think
But you would be comfortable with that if we...
Yeah, I mean, I can't totally commit because I would need to reassess it in context of the full night ahead and what votes come out of tonight. But that would probably be my initial reaction, at least, to do it still from fund balance.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to increase this? Go ahead, Kathy.
I'm still concerned that, and I go back to Corey's line, I'm concerned that in doing a lot of these projects, there's use of DPW, and DPW is also trying to work on building maintenance, and I know that they'll be working quite a lot with the improvements at the new Parks and Rec building, which I'm fairly certain will pass. So I'm more inclined to take Russ's recommendation of lowering this to $50,000, just because there seems, and I look at just all the asks and how a warrant articles will look, and so I just I would support the 50,000, not the 100. So I just wanted to clarify my vote. Thank you.
So we will vote on the motion to increase it to 100,000. Obviously, if you either think that the 150,000 or the 50,000 or some other number is the appropriate number, then you would vote no on this motion, because we're moving to agree to a $100,000 Parks Improvement Fund amount for consideration by the Select Board and eventually the general public. Chris, how do you vote?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Nay.
And the chair votes aye.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Thank you, Chris.
No, I was gonna say, enjoy the game. You're gonna.
Oh, that's right.
They kick off.
Okay, so
Oh, that's right, it starts at 8:30, right?
we'll go, there's
Man.
3 vehicles.
You know, everything
You know, we do
in the room.
have, we do have technology that you can watch it in a little bit tape delayed,
I
but
don't speak for me, I'm not gonna watch it.
It's a football game, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
okay, the first, I'm going to just jump to vehicles really quickly so that the chiefs can move on. The first is actually part of the budget, which is the way the police vehicles are done. It's described on page 20 in the budget, and on page 31 in the budget book in the general fund layout. And Judy, why don't you walk us through what the chief's requests are?
The police department wants to replace 2 vehicles, one with 189,000 plus miles and another with 151,000 plus miles, with 2 hybrid Ford Explorers. And these would be lease purchase. Oh, no.
I think they're going to be part of the budget.
Part of the budget, yeah, 1 year non-debt.
Any questions or comments, questions for the chief? Again, as Judy said, this is part of our ongoing effort to convert as much as feasible over to hybrid vehicles, and the chief has confirmed, if I'm not putting words in your mouth, that these work adequately for our use, and
Yes.
These are both high mileage vehicles that we're replacing too.
Right.
Very high.
so what since it's in the budget, this is on page, again, 31 of 33 in the budget tab 2 of the budget books, and if there are no comments or moves to change this number, I'm just going to go to, because we did not vote on the vehicle replacement capital outlay, the lease numbers from 2022 are as is from previous leases, and if there's no dissenting opinion on the 110, we'll just vote on the $253,658.
And I will move that.
Thank you.
Second. No discussion.
Okay, Chris.
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy? Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
So much.
Thanks.
The next item, Engine 5 replacement. This, we had a brief discussion about this. This is on page 45 of the CIP.
And pictures.
Brief discussion during the subcommittee deliberations.
Sorry, what page?
This was,
Fine, I got it. Yeah, I got it. 45.
Initially.
this was initially on on Russ's deferred list. It's a $650,000 piece of equipment. It's, proposed for a 10-year lease purchase.
When we talk about why we
Yeah, and
Bird from last year, you mean?
yeah, it was. I think it was. No, I don't think it was deferred from last year. We still have 1 year left on engine on.
and we were going to
engine pool.
defer it this year.
So why don't you take up the?
Yes, this was initially on the defer list. However, when we got the maintenance report from Harry Lindsay, it stated that the engine 5 is in worse shape than he expected. It barely passed inspection, and he wouldn't expect it to pass inspection in the future. We provided everyone with his photos showing the rust and corrosion, substantial rust and corrosion, and even worse than that, they're not sure what's behind some of that. So it's a safety issue. And why we decided to put it on under these conditions is that given the supply chain and labor shortage issues, and the truck or the engine currently taking a year to be built, it could, with these shortages, take perhaps 2 years. It's unclear. Chief, do you want to say more about that?
No, thank you, Judy, and I was able to listen in on your last meeting, and thank you for the conversation. The things that bother Harry and I is the condition of the truck. And again, originally, I had a meeting with Russ, and we had discussed deferring it for another year. After Harry's report, it became clear that the status of the truck itself right now is already deteriorating, and with conversations with 2 of the 3 major vendors that build fire trucks, the build time has moved from 300 to 330 days, which quick is anywhere from 10, 11 months to 450 days. So even if we do put this on the warrant, if it is passed by the voters, we will not see this engine replacement until June or July of '23. It is a ways out. So every year we discuss deferring again just really pushes this out. And inflation, import tariffs on aluminum and stainless, as well as labor costs are driving these up every day. The manufacturers have told me to expect by midsummer next year another 5 to 10% increase in the cost unless we lock in a contract. So it's not a scare tactic, it's just the way it's going to be. This truck, in my opinion, is already very expensive. And if we add another $30,000 to $60,000 to this truck, we're talking about a $700,000 piece of equipment. Put in perspective, 7, 8 years ago, we paid about $880 for a ladder truck, not just a pumper truck. So the cost of these are getting very expensive. So I would ask for your support to get it in the works so we can sign a contract. There are savings that can be had if we do lease purchase and agree to the amount. If we prepay the truck up front and begin that lease purchase cycle, there are savings to be had between $15,000 and $20,000 on the contract for prepayment, and we have not yet discussed any value left of this engine 5. The last truck we traded, we felt was in pretty tough shape, and they gave us $20,000 trade for it. So I can't speak for the manufacturer, but again, there could be some additional savings that we can add to that truck.
Yeah. And combine the fact that you said, it looks like it won't pass inspection next year. Well, it's not going to pass inspection, and you don't have a truck. So it kind of sounds like we have to do it. And I just do not believe when a truck gets to this age and this condition that you keep sinking money into it. I just think that is just foolish. So
another
my support.
Consideration for the subcommittee was that if you look at page 106 of the CIP book, you'll see that in 2 or 3 years, the potential vehicle leasing scenario doesn't get any better. Right. There's a lot of very large DPW vehicles that are coming through their useful life. So, I mean, right now our projected leasing is around $231,000. That's going to more than double, just in the next 2 or 3 years. So, in addition to the maintenance and the mechanical condition of the vehicle, we felt that if we could get 2 years under our belt of payments now versus when things are really starting to bottleneck, that's not necessarily a bad thing. So. all of those things considered, the subcommittee was fairly unanimous in their decision to take this off the deferred list and for consideration by the committee.
And not to mention that the technology that goes into a 20-year-old truck versus a current truck, and safety for our personnel as well. So I think as Chief Wilkins says, this is spewing diesel fuel and it sits and it idles, and I didn't bring that up last time, but there's a lot of good things to come out of a new truck as far as technology and storage for new technology.
So any other further comments? Thank you, Kathy. Any comments about decision to defer this or to consider it? I have my numbers backwards. We would actually be voting on the $650,000 capital cost improvement. The average lease payment over a 10-year lease purchase arrangement would be in the high 70s, starting off with around $82,000 a year next year. But the capital cost we would be voting on would be $650,000, and I would entertain a motion in that regard.
So moved.
Second?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, and one last fire vehicle.
Football?
This is,
What's that?
Is this room with me?
this is the
You're welcome.
Car 3 replacement, which was deferred last year and really needs to be replaced. Car 3 would be replaced with a more versatile Ford pickup. There are advantages to this different style vehicle in that gear can be placed in the back, not in the driver-passenger area with continued exposure to carcinogens that may be on the gear. Chief, do you want to say more about that?
No, I think you pretty much said it all in essence of brevity. We are looking to replace sedan style, SUV style with pickup trucks. Believe it or not, through state bid, they're actually less expensive. We can't go on the lot and find one that cheap, but the state bid price is less than an SUV. So to standardize the fleet and be able to have more pickups that are far more versatile, even as the age is great. And just to be clear, this truck was deferred 2 years in a row. So this is a 12-year-old vehicle that we asked in 10 years to replace it. So we have Flex Seal on the rocker panels, and it too underneath is in very rough shape. So I appreciate your support to replace the vehicle.
And it's hoped that the current Explorer might be used by another department, so that's not something we decide.
Sure. We would, honestly,
float now, actually, with the Flex Seal. So.
Yeah, it will float. We would just need to know that up front.
Is this a Goose commercial?
Because right now, McFarland's has been very good to us. Prior to this vote tonight, they asked us to, for a non-binding commitment. They have already ordered a vehicle because they too are 6 months behind in the queue. So if we didn't get it ordered this fall, it wouldn't even be available. We'd likely end up buying a 22 model. That's wrong, a 23 model vehicle instead of a 22. So we have a vehicle in the queue for this replacement. But we would need to know if we want to downgrade it because this vehicle still has trade value if you look at the used cars on the lots today. So it would take that expedition in trade.
And as described earlier, this vehicle is one of the ones that Russ was considering to be paid for out of the general fund balance, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Dean, is that still correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Excellent. So we will vote on the full amount, $47,969, and then leave it to Russ to decide how exactly it gets paid for, but we would recommend that the select board consider having it on the budget. So I'll entertain such a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Discussion.
Just a clarification, you mentioned something about the state is moving towards such vehicles? Is that what I heard you say?
No, the state bulk purchases the pickup trucks. The pickup we're buying is actually a fish and game spec, so the state buys 10 or 20 a year. We're just piggybacking in on that spec.
Because then subsequent to that, you mentioned McFarland, so which is it?
They
Is
have
it-
the state bid.
So it runs through the state, but you're dealing with McFarland. Got it,
Correct. My
okay.
apologies.
No, it's good. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Chris?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Eric, for hanging out, and
I missed your budget discussion. I know this was wrap up. Is there anything I can answer before I leave the mic tonight and go watch the Patriots game?
Rub it in.
I have a really long question for you.
I'd like to make a speech to the chief. It's going to go on and
Just
on
kidding.
and on.
we were very appreciative of your relatively lean budget. I know that comment did come up, especially in view of some of the extended discussions in years past. It was a very refreshing analysis and discussion. We thank you and your department.
It's our pleasure, and it's our pleasure to serve, and thank you for treating Justin with kid gloves.
Oh, he's a big boy.
He did good job. Thank you.
So,
I like him making his face turn red. It's easy.
Yeah, right.
I know it's not much of a
He does
challenge,
blush.
but.
so now we're back up to the Public Works Garage analysis. This is on the first page of the CIP book. It's actually got it under DPW, but it would be a joint analysis with the general DPW budget as well as water and sewer, because all three divisions would presumably have some part of it. As of right now, the funding request is $50,000, and this would be paid for, in talking with Jen, we sort of the subcommittee came up with roughly half of it would be, highway and snow removal and everything associated with general, and then the other half would be water and sewer. So we've revised the funding mechanism slightly. If it was still the 50, there would be 25,000 would be paid for by general fund, and then 12.5 from each of the water and sewer funds. And this would be a one-year non-debt unless the town manager thought that this could be taken out of reserves, but that would be your decision. So Corey, do you want to, I think you first introduce this, and then I'll jump in on the water and sewer side.
Kathy, do you have the report in front of you? The December report from LaSalle on sort of existing conditions and then the space needs going forward? Because I'd like to have Jen put it up on the screen for us.
Corey had sent you a link. Yeah, you're on mute.
I can see the screen, Corey, so it's fine if it goes up on the screen.
Oh, great.
All right, thanks, Kathy.
Yeah, sorry.
So I guess just a quick recap. In 2020, LaSalle Architects did some work with DPW to identify existing conditions within the office space and then within the multiple outbuildings, garages that DPW has up there. And then they also did a sort of future, this is what space needs will be going into the future for garages and for administrative space. So where we sit in going into 2022 is the department would now like to start to really do some siting of buildings and get some costs around what those buildings are what the whole project is gonna cost to build out. So from our discussion a few weeks ago came a number of questions, and I forwarded on the link to this report to all of you. What I thought it would be helpful for us as we potentially, the next time we could see DPW would be, here's what it's gonna cost us to do this thing. I think it's really valuable if we send DPW off with some expectation about what we feel is feasible, and hear what they need and what that vision looks like. So I was going to have Jen sort of run through this report a little bit, and I have two specific things I was hoping to talk about. Starting on page 12, it's a spatial analysis, right?
No.
Can maybe Matt can forward it for us?
Scroll it to page 12.
So on 12, we talk about here's what existing office space and buildings square footage is, and here's what we see needing in the future. So, you know,
It's 12.
That's it, you keep going up.
I got it on the bottom. I got it. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to see. However, you know, like let's talk about, you know, many of the offices are bigger. Obviously, some space doesn't even exist now or needs to be blown out because it needs to be bigger for just utilitarian purposes. But like, what do you see that, you know, what is the need for in more space? Talk to us about that first.
Sure. Thank you first for letting us talk about this because it is an important project moving into the future for the department and for the town. We have done, or I should say, LASL did a preliminary space needs analysis. They worked very closely with all of the department managers and staff to make sure that they understood, you know, exactly what it is that we do, what our storage needs, what our office space needs, what our, you know, basic living space needs are. And they compared those to industry standards. There are several areas where we are very substandard as far as we don't have a lunchroom in the admin building. We basically have a card table in the hallway with a single chair. In the summertime, we go out to a picnic table out back, but it's just inadequate. We don't have a woman's locker room in the highway garage, nothing. And we're trying very hard to hire people these days that, and we will find an accommodation in the meantime, but these are the really basic needs that we're not meeting, that we know we need to. I don't have all of the numbers in my head etched, I apologize, but the report does a very good job of outlining the basic square footage needs for each of these spaces. If you scroll down, Matt, a little further, it does kind of provide a summary for just say the administrative offices. It goes from, keep going down. Yeah, right there. So, you know, we're looking right now that we have about 2,000 square feet in space, but our actual realistic needs are about 7,500. And that's just in the office admin building. If you go down, skip past the water sewer garage, Matt, and keep going. Here's the highway maintenance garage, and go down to the tally. Total space needs, currently we provide about 13,000 square feet, and realistically for future, you know, design purposes, we should be looking at doubling that space. And that's to be able to provide adequate storage for materials, for vehicles and equipment, and for meeting rooms and offices.
And so I know in the conversation in the report talks about basically taking out the existing garage. And I think there's been some discussion among us at various times about why can't we continue to use that garage in some capacity? And so talk to us a little bit about that. Why not a little bit of sort of Yankee ingenuity and like we kind of try to keep the cost down in this thing, reuse where we can.
Very similar to conversations you've all been having tonight already about investing money into old, tired, inadequate facilities. You start to question the validity of using that approach. And unfortunately, with our 1969 vintage highway garage, and that is for the highway area and the main office where we do have a small training room, inadequate for our current staffing, let alone future staffing, and a small break room. That was built in 1969. It has inadequate ventilation. This is the area that the roofing does not meet code, does not meet snow load. It is in fairly decent condition considering what it is, because we do try hard to keep it up and usable. And people do come and meet with us. I know some of you come to our meeting room. We're working with police right now. They come to us and do training in our facility because it does have some room. But it really is not meeting our current needs. And so again, it's just putting good money after bad. It doesn't make sense. And that's where LASL has made that recommendation that we should be staying here while we're building a new facility. It's incredibly opportune to have that ability to do that and not disrupt our services, which are very key to be able to provide during a construction period. But when it's done, demolishing at least the old part of the building, which is basically just south of the maintenance garage area. From maintenance garage into, it's basically 4 bays. There may be a potential to repurpose some of that, but these are the kinds of things that we need to discuss in greater detail with the engineering team that we would be working with on this next phase.
And so, I guess lastly, just taking us through how they're envisioning the campus is going to lay out. Yes, I'm going to use that word, campus. And
I don't know why.
what the vision, it's in the report too, so it just came out, sorry. How you envision it laying out, and, I mean, do all vehicles really need to be indoors? Like, because that's really what this contemplates here, right?
That does contemplate housing all vehicles inside. Where our goal is to try and do that to the best of our ability. Not all of the sedans are housed inside right now, and some of the major pieces can't be stored in when we're doing winter operations because there's not enough room with plows and wings on. It just changes our whole configuration, if you can imagine that. But a new facility would provide adequate housing for all of the equipment. Again, sedans may not be absolutely necessary because we do try to, and not necessarily sedans now, but small SUVs, small vehicles don't necessarily have to be stored inside because we have not that long of a turnover life, but our larger pieces of equipment really do need to be stored inside if we're going to be able to get 12 years out of these.
Just for discussion purposes, I just wanted to throw out, before I forget, so what happens to the existing admin building? Because it looks like from this and from reading the report that everything gets moved over to this new building. Is that being repurposed for other use in the campus?
That had been part of our, again, very preliminary discussions. This LASL report was just finished back in December of 2020. And it was our first effort at doing any kind of planning, any kind of space needs analysis, and what we call adjacencies analysis. You'll see there's a very interesting chart with like bubbles, and it's who does what, who needs to be near whom to work efficiently, because again, it is a lot of this is about efficiency, not just in energy efficiency for the building, but for people efficiency. So initially, yes, we did contemplate the rehousing of the office admin building with all of the staff. Ideally, we're interacting in a more integrated fashion, and it's not, managers on one side of the parking lot and everybody else on the other side of the parking lot, and trying to find another use for that building, which is vintage 2003. It's in good shape, it's just very small. Is that ultimately what we do? I can't say that because it is a bit of a concern. I know we're looking at trying to do things, very cost consciously, but initially that was what we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a lot of things on the docket for the next 5 or 6 years, this being one of them, and I think this committee would certainly like to give everyone a fair shake in going forward. None of them are, that just counter to what we would want to do as a town as far as our growth and our infrastructure goes. But, to your point, we are sort of on a budget. We've given a loose budget for the Public Safety Committee facility. And I think, there is some concern that this project maybe ends up being more than, what we might be able to integrate with all of the other things. So, whatever you can do to double use existing facilities. I mean, I hear what you're saying about a 1969 building, but it's a steel-framed Butler building. Yeah, there might be some structural issues, but those can be relatively easily modified. There are some HVAC issues, which for certain uses can be modified, and I would hope that the architects would take that into account. Because if this ends up being an $8 to $10 million garage, I don't see it as having a lot of legs. So we need to figure out how we can fit it into all the other discussions. Somebody else had, Chris.
Oh, you had a question? Go ahead. No, yeah, I mean, listening to what Chair's saying makes a lot of sense, and I wonder, are we entertaining, and I think the study's going to be valuable to learn a lot of what's possible, what we can lay out, but are we also entertaining different levels of design, sheds versus garage, I mean, and obviously the staff and human function is really critical, so that part makes a ton of sense. But I'm curious, are we soliciting, are we entertaining, a broader stripe of, good, better, best options for facilities and garage and things?
That's, when you say shed, do you mean like just a overhead cover without walls or no?
I mean anything from like a farmer's tractor shed to I'm not an architect and I'm not a designer, but I guess my point would be everything from if this is the best case scenario, are we also entertaining less than a little bit?
I think probably the best way to answer your question, I just wanted to understand that. We realize that this is an incredibly challenging time to be looking at costing any facility.
Sure.
And I think to be able to advance this project, which is going to be expensive, there's no doubt, we're going to have to look at multiple alternatives. And I don't think that we're just going to be baked that this has to be it. I think we're going to have to look at other ways to recuperate costs, if you will, to try and reduce costs. And it's going to be very challenging. I'm not saying this is a slam dunk. I know that we've got a lot of questions to answer. We did this year do a site evaluation of the neighboring parcel that the town had purchased several years ago. It's a 4.7 acre parcel. And we did do topographic survey and wetland survey of that, because that's where we had, when you see that the aerial view, that we kind of showed it plugged in.
Yeah.
Potentially, this is approximately the footprint of the building, and it could fit. And we're going to have to look at that, because there is some slope. It's not super steep, but it does change how you use that site. There are wetlands, and we're going to have to consider all of that. So.
Further discussion? Tuan?
I did look this over, but it was quite a few days ago, and I was really struggling with the drawing, and it just blew my mind to understand tonight that those vehicles are inside a building. I thought it was a parking lot outside the building, so I was trying to reconcile. And I know it's just conceptual, and I know it's premature. It's just an early conceptual thing. But as I understand it now, as a conceptual drawing, large building with a lot of vehicles parked inside of it, and a 3-bay garage on the corner of it. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, and again, that was literally just taking kind of a cut and paste approach of
I get it.
Roughly this is the footprint that we're talking.
Yeah.
Would this even work on that site? It wasn't,
Understood.
yeah,
It's
it
just like,
wasn't.
okay, what can you fit on it?
Right.
Because, I mean, just even conceptually, I mean, that garage is not even a drive-through garage, right? I mean, it's just it's one.
And that is the intention to try and accomplish. Ideally is a drive-through garage where we have at the gable, either gable end, there's an entry and an exit.
Yeah.
So that we don't have this
Backing in,
line
backing
of,
out, yeah.
right, this line of overhead doors.
And again,
which-
granting that this is just a conceptual early thing, I don't see that in this.
That wasn't the intent. It was
Yeah,
just to
yeah,
give a quick
yeah.
snapshot of, is this
And
even
I'm
potential?
imagining vehicles in an enclosed building starting up, we're going to be talking about exhaust and exhaust systems, et cetera, just like we do with the fire department, right? So that's going to add up really quickly. That's just a quick reaction to what I see there, but I now understand at least, and I know it's just sort of a rough idea of what's possible.
Currently, when we start the vehicles, we open the doors so we lose heat, so.
Yeah, there's that.
It's a catch-22.
It is.
I think the value of this discussion is now we all have our heads in the needs, the spatial needs and the challenges you have with, you know, your people and then, you know, the equipment infrastructure. And, you know, now you have some of our thoughts on how you go forward and those can be, you know, passed on to who's ever going to cost this thing and kind of come back to us with a, you know, a good, better, best idea. You know, and it's a good start to a conversation that's going to go on for, you know, another year or so.
I would also,
Oh, go ahead, Kathy.
sorry, I'm like the phantom in the room, sorry. So, yeah, I would, are there other towns that actually have large garages of our size, that have large garages that actually house all of their equipment? Because it seems like it's a large building, and I'm not sure that, as Bob has mentioned, you know, the other needs that, you know, I know this is daunting. It's a daunting task for us to think about all these buildings that are coming up. So, and, you know, we want to bring something to the voters that is realistic. So I just wondered if you can compare with another town that has done the same thing, and how did they do it versus what Chris kind of alluded to as the shed concept.
So, yes, I would say that most of the larger communities in the area do provide storage for all of their equipment. We did go for a site visit and to walk through the Dover Community Services facilities just to get a, you know, it wasn't to say this is what we want. We just wanted to see something that had been constructed within the last 10 years that was complete, that we could compare to, and, you know, these are positives, these are things you want to avoid, you know, that kind of thing. But they have all their equipment, except for a few of the smaller vehicles stored inside. And Rochester is currently in construction. I think they're getting close to finalizing. We've never visited the site, but we did have a fairly extensive Zoom conversation with their Public Works Director, and they were in the midst of construction at that time, and that was probably, gosh, that was a year ago? I think, yeah, it was about a year ago. We haven't followed up. We do need to do that. So I think that's the standard, and I know Portsmouth, just from my own experience there, the vast majority of their equipment is stored inside. I'm sure there are some smaller vehicles. Again, you don't always get concerned about every last meter reader vehicle or 1 ton, but all of the larger equipment is housed.
Isn't Hampton going through this?
So those are towns, those are cities, right, that have, you know, 25,000 people versus our, you know, are you talking the same size as theirs? Because and geographically, those are bigger towns as well, so cities, I should say. So just wondering.
Yeah, I would say that, no, we wouldn't be anywhere near as large as those facilities, but I remind everybody that even though Exeter is called the Town of Exeter. As far as I am concerned, as a Public Works Director with responsibility for water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, water and sewer utilities, plus everything else, highway, building maintenance, facilities, it is a small city, and we do have those responsibilities, so.
Ton?
Oh, hold on, thanks.
Well, we're sort of winding down here, so don't hold off too long.
Okay. I think, like so many of these large projects, sometimes you end up looking at phased approaches. And you know, when I was thinking about the very old building, which is in large part, I think, a garage vehicle maintenance building, unless you can correct me if you want, it's a big jump from dealing with that building that undoubtedly needs, you know, something to that. And so I would look pretty hard at some kind of a phased approach. You know, again, not holding you to this particular drawing because it's just a conceptual thing, but to me, just looking at this, it falls short on replacing the garage building in my mind somewhat. So I just would caution whoever ends up designing this and pricing it, keep that sentiment in mind.
Understood.
Just some feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I unfortunately have been involved in two very large projects, multi-million-dollar projects in the last 15 years that there was a disconnect between planning, design, and then the ultimate, you know, constructible project, and both construction projects went down in flames to the voters' vote because of that disconnect. You know, it was like people were sort of expecting one thing and it ended up morphing into another. Needs and all of that aside, you know, they just didn't feel, the voters didn't feel like they could afford it. That would be the surface water plant and obviously the rec proposal. And I think the takeaway, hopefully, that you get from this is that we I think would support the general concept of doing something here, but we want to make sure that it fits into the sort of the spreadsheet of all the other things that we need to do. And, you know, communication is very critical. I think, you know, we can't really, you know, whether it's you with this committee, you know, even in June or something, you know, just as you get to a point, like a decision-making point, maybe reach out to us and just say, you know, how does this work? And we don't want to micromanage it, but, you know, we are responsible for the town's finances to recommend to the select board, and I think we sort of take that job seriously. So we just don't want to, we don't want to see this get out of hand, similar to the public safety complex. We don't want to see that get out of hand. We'd like to do them both. We have to figure out how to do that. So I think that's sort of where we are.
Those are all good points, whether it's phasing or scoping it, you know, those are going to be key pieces. And we haven't had the money to do anything further. I mean, we've done what we could with limited resources, but we've got to take it that next planning stage. And I agree. I think there's multiple opportunities to get other people involved in this. We welcome that. I think we're going to have to do that to make it a successful community-wide project and not just a specialty public works project. It's way more than that. This involves the entire community.
I agree.
Any other comments, Chris?
Just a final thing, and I think, and I support the idea of getting to the point where, yeah, like you said, you've done as much as you can do now. This next step is critical to even understand what could be done. And I think a critical part of that really, to make sure it doesn't go, as the chair has said, and sometimes there's that disconnect, is I think the instruction set that's given to the architect or the planners that are looking at this is really, really critical.
Yeah.
And thrift and ingenuity and all the things that make this body of people who we are in this town. are a key part of it while doing everything to meet the need, right? So it's really, wringing out as much as possible from a good design and a sharp design. And, I look at the success that is the library renovation and how much they extracted from a footprint that already existed there, and it's really well done. And so my only wish would be that instruction set that gets drawn up and given the guidance on the way in is going to have a huge impact on what we get on the way out.
Further comments or discussion? I would move to approve the $50,000 request for the Public Works Garage analysis to be split $25,000 from the general fund and $12,500 each from the water and sewer funds as a payment mechanism. Thank you, Nancy. For transmission to the select board and ultimate approval by the voters. Corey?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy, if you're still there?
I am here, I just
Thank you.
myself off.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Jen, for that discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're like halfway through our list. Can we take 5 minutes?
Let's take as much time as we think we need, even if it's 10 minutes. So we'll convene here a little after 9 o'clock. And then I'm not sure how quickly, I think the big ones are done, but there are some items that will be discussed and some vehicles that might be discussable. So start thinking about how late you might want to go and if we want to go to a second night. So sort of leave it up to the committee.
One more.
We don't have to make a decision right now, but maybe around 10 o'clock we might have
I
to.
feel a strong second half coming.
Just like the Pats, right? All right, we stand adjourned for a 5 or 10 minute break.
What do you mean, playing for?
with number 10, the facilities condition assessment found on page 2 of the CIP book. This is a $45,000 request by the Facilities Advisory Committee to conduct a facilities condition assessment of all of the facilities in town as a sort of a playbook for going forward on what needs to be done as far as maintenance goes, capital projects, any kind of modifications having to do with, technology or HVAC or that sort of thing. And the committee has been working on this, my understanding is, for about a year or so, maybe even more, internally, and tried to make some assessments on what needed to be done. They've been interfacing with Public Works and their maintenance folks, and decided that at this time it would be worth having a professional. And the good news is we already have some experience with the professional aspect of what they're considering. And so I'll let Public Works talk a little bit about, you'll see references in here to a People GIS software, and Matt has done some work with them, beginning with water and sewer. So why don't you guys give us a brief overview, one, of what you're doing with People GIS, and then how that might segue into an overall townwide situation, if you would.
Sure. So we have been working, and Matt has really championed a GIS management system for all of our town facilities. And I should say, he started with water and wastewater, and it started with our pipes in the ground, or what we call our horizontal assets. The New Hampshire DES requires that if we're going to be going after any kind of funding, that we have asset management plans for all of our water and wastewater systems. So it's a very important aspect of management, properly managing our utilities. And so on the water and sewer side, we have had some very good experience with People GIS. They are a relatively small firm. They're not like a large, providing this service for necessarily Denver and Seattle. They tend to tailor this for smaller utilities, and they have been very amenable to working with us when we've identified needs for doing this kind of work. So we've had great experience with them. We then took it from our horizontal utilities and are now starting to work with what we call our vertical assets, which are buildings. And we have a brand new wastewater treatment facility that we want to make sure that we're identifying all of the components of those buildings and tracking maintenance, tracking scheduled, planned maintenance, and getting that baked into our programming needs. Right now, it's the time to be doing it. So because of that experience, and we know that People GIS is capable of taking those needs, we've started conversations with them earlier this year about doing that with our town buildings, like this building here, and all of the other town facilities. And they were very interested in doing that. It is absolutely right up their alley. And Matt has had some meetings with the managers at People GIS, and I believe Chris Weeks, who's the chair of the Facilities Advisory Committee, has also had a conversation, and we're actually in the process of trying to set up a combined meeting and kind of a Zoom meeting in the next couple of weeks to talk about what their systems can do, how we can use it, how it would apply to us. And the only piece that we haven't really completely worked out is the facilities condition assessment piece of that, which is what this speaks to. That does require input of quite a bit of information, kind of a condition assessment. And who does that? Is that something that staff would do, or is that something that we would hire an outside objective individual or expert to do. We haven't worked that out yet. I think there's a lot of different ways that it could be done. I know that Mark Layton at PEA, obviously PEA having many large buildings, has gone through this effort, and I think we're looking to him to provide some recommendations, and others on the Facilities Advisory Committee to provide some recommendations, but this is kind of that initial fact-finding, if you will, in the next couple of weeks, and we're ready to go. I think it's a great idea. It's absolutely in line with the philosophy that the Public Works Department has as far as managing your assets. You need to know what you have and what the conditions are and assess what the liabilities are for not replacing or not doing things on a schedule, because there are consequences for those decisions. So,
Corey.
So, when we were speaking during subcommittee meetings, the same sort of question of like who does the work is the question, and it seems like a pretty heavy lift. Why isn't it just a no-brainer that someone external is going to do it, or do you think that's really where it's heading? Because if not, I wonder what the $45,000 would go to if we're going to do it internally.
Well, Mark is here, so why don't, I'd like to hear from him.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear, I recognized him even after 3 years of not really working with you and a mask. I said, wow, that's Mark Layton. So if you would just, because I had the same question as Corey is, so there's the People GIS part, which it seems like Matt, Berube is really, taken hold of and everything. And I know you've had experience with that at PEA. And then there's this facilities assessment. So how exactly would this work? Because ultimately it needs to be a town function. The town needs to have a point person and buy-in and all that. And then you guys would be an advisor to that. So how, have you talked with People GIS off the grid as to how that might work, or?
No, we haven't. I mean, I think we've been trying to set up, as Jen mentioned, a time to meet with them. So I think there's capabilities there. When we had drafted the CIP, it was intended that it would be outsourced. We'd have a consultant come in. It would be a system that they would provide. And a lot of these, this is a very common thing that gets done. Then typically the consultant that comes in has a database system that they want you to use. And some of them can be very powerful, some of them can be very simple. So it's finding the right balance for the town or the institution, whoever's doing this, right? So the intent was that this would be outsourced, that you'd have somebody come in, really get caught up, do as many of the assets as the money can afford. It really comes down to a square foot number when you're doing the assessments. Then you have a flat fee for whatever system you're going to use. So if it is People GIS, if that's a good system, there's going to be a cost associated with that to get that system up and running. Right. So part of that 45 would go to that. And then it's a huge task to get caught up and to do assessments of all the buildings. The town staff would definitely have to be involved. I mean, they know the buildings, but to do the building envelope inspections and come in and just gather this data, I would propose that it's outsourced and be part of the 45. Now, maybe a lot less if there's a system in place that you already have, so that software cost should be a lot less, right? You're not having a new company come in with a new system and new training and all that sort of thing. So, but we did, as a committee, have not been able to really sit down with People GIS to ask some questions about what does this look like, what do you do? You want to try to avoid custom systems. Right. You want to try to do something that's just very simple to use, and it's really about the interface and how you're going to use it and what do you want out of it. So, hopefully that.
So when you say that consultants, vendors typically want you to use their platform, to use a word, is that what we're saying People GIS may provide for us?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that they have a system that you could modify from a water sewer application asset management to this.
So we'd really be just asking the consultant to crank the data, not necessarily provide the software on the back end of it all.
Yeah, so this case is a little different. If you already have the platform, that's really just bringing in those the experts that can come in and really do the assessments, but take the data. A lot of it is interviewing, Matt or the other person. Jeff Beck, to really say, okay, what, in this building, what are the issues that you have? What are you're looking at the next 10 years, right? It's not this year or next. You're trying to forecast the next 10 years. And that's really what we're trying to get a hold of is help the town to say it's not looking at next year and what do you got to put the fires out. It's to try to get ahead and avoid putting fires out, right? That's the whole plan of this database, is to help you with forecasting, capital planning, and maintenance, and so that, you can really defend or justify why one year maybe 250,000 that they're asking for instead of 100,000 for a maintenance project. So that's the intent, is to get ahead. It's a planning tool.
Judy?
Has the advisory committee met with Jeff and spent time discussing the condition of buildings?
We have, yeah. Not I wouldn't say lately, but we've been in existence, I think, for 2 years now. And so we've definitely met with Jeff several times and others in Jennifer's team and talked to him about the condition. I think lately we've focused on the larger projects, so we haven't talked with him about the annual maintenance needs. But yeah, we've definitely in the past have been involved very much.
I must say I'm a little taken aback by this whole proposal, as I thought the purpose of your committee was to do this.
Well, I think if we were all retired, then maybe at the time, I think that we would love to do it. I think it's a considerable amount of effort. I mean, Peter Leonard's retired, so you could probably.
Well, if you took one building a month and you met with Jeff, and you went over the building, might you not? I mean, you've got architects and facilities managers who know how to look at buildings, and might it not be possible to be done in a year if you took one building a month?
I mean, anything's possible, Judy, right? I mean, I think that we could. I mean, we definitely could help. I think it's even more than what we can do. I think it's you're getting into some building envelope consultants that are coming in, some HVAC technician or experts coming in. But yeah, in theory, we could do something like this. I think the town should try to do this, quicker than what we can do. And yes, so we would love to be able to support it, but I mean, I can't commit to it. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be able to do it.
You can't commit to what?
The time. I cannot commit to the time. I mean, I just can't. I mean, it's, so I can't speak for the others in the committee, but it's hard enough for us to meet, every 2 weeks, once a month. But, so.
Go ahead, John.
I'm trying to wrap my head also around this a little bit, looking at it from a bit of a distance, but just curious then, so a sum of money like that would get us a thorough report as to the condition of the various aspects of the various buildings, is how I would understand it. Is that your understanding of it as well? So that we would, at the end of expending that sum of money, we would know what the state of, let's just take roofs, the state of the roofs of each building would be and where they are in their life cycle. Is that a reasonable expectation from this proposal or not?
It definitely is. And so if you break a building down into its systems, right? So you have the building envelope, which is the roof, the windows, masonry.
Yeah.
You have the mechanical systems, the electrical systems.
Yeah.
You could also task accessibility needs. I know the town's done that already, but they would take incorporating that into the database. So it would look at, and it's about what you want them, you drive the scope on this, right? So, but ideally, and the fundamentals are those big systems, mechanical, electrical, accessibility, building envelope, and that's where you're looking at the next 10 years. So, you'll be able to get this information to saying that the roof has 5 years left, or year 5, you should be replacing this.
Yeah.
Year 10, you should be looking at the mechanical system upgrade, right? So, and it's based on, documented guidance, guidelines.
So that's your, as a committee, I know you probably can't speak for the entire committee, but as a committee, that's what you're looking at, is $45,000 should get the town pretty far along on having some kind of a pretty darn good inventory of its facilities and where in their life cycle things are within those buildings.
Yeah, I mean, it was a budget number that we had worked with a vendor to see, but we had given the list of the entire building inventory or asset inventory. the town owns, and, it ranges from small to large, right? So, but yeah, that would be the intent, that you would, and it's more than just a report, right? This is why the database is.
It has to be a living thing, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a dynamic, it's not something you get a report, and the town did this for us a few years ago, like 4 years ago, right?
December 2015, we got a town facilities report.
Right.
An assessment.
And that ends up, because it's a document that goes on the shelf, right? It's good for a few years, but it doesn't get updated. The importance of the database and the system is that it's updated.
Yeah.
So that when something's done, you can check the box and you keep on going. Or, every year you update it to say, hey, are we still on track? Is this accurate?
Yeah.
Did we miss something? No, we got to add this. You add assets constantly, right? So you have to make sure that you're keeping this up. I mean, the other important part of this is that as the town is looking at its assets about what to do with them, like the public safety complex, these are one of the basic things that you look at to say, what are we starting with, right? What is the condition of this building? And the public safety complex was part of the scope, was to do that. And so if you have that information already, you're saving money when you get into some of these future renovations. You know what you're starting with. So you don't want to do an addition to a building that has a roof that's 25 years old without tackling that roof also.
Yeah.
Right? So.
This is going to lead to a question for Matt and Jen, but the closest thing that I've experienced that comes closest to this is my office is in a condominium association, and it was pitched to us that we should have some kind of a maintenance plan that was going to be some kind of an Excel spreadsheet of all the pending expenses, and that was going to, and then as things age, the numbers would change and you would know how much money to budget for that. Is People GIS going to be nimble enough? Is that going to be just an inventory, or is it going to be able to spit out things like estimates of, okay, X number of years from now, we're going to have to expend X amount of money to fix those things?
So it is a lot more than just an Excel spreadsheet, absolutely. As Mark kind of described, and Matt is our expert, so I'm going to ask him to speak to it too. But it is something that, we work with on a day-to-day basis. So if we get a work order for repairing or, addressing an issue in a facility, that goes in and is part of that, so that we have maintenance costs that run with these. And it's something that the technicians work with on a regular basis. And then the supervisors, the managers are using that to, as Mark said, to project and forecast what's going to be needed in the coming years. And, ultimately, I think that's what would wind up driving the maintenance projects list. It's not just $100,000 flat across the year. I think we all know that there's more needs than that, but what is the proper target? And it is going to be somewhat variable. If we're doing a lot in 1 year for, HVAC, that it's not going to just always be at the same targeted level. But all of that is kind of residing in this database. It's quite a powerful tool.
Okay. So, Mark, I just have a quick question on the mechanics of how you do it, because you use People GIS at the Academy, correct?
No.
I thought you did.
No, we use a different system.
Okay.
Yeah. We did a facility condition assessment 2 years ago. So the company that we use is called Sightlines.
So they have a piece of software similar to People GIS, but not that.
I'm assuming, I have not seen People GIS, but it's a database that they've created that helps us.
So you hire them, they crunch the numbers and populate the database and all that, work with you on recommendations and a plan. Then who takes it from there? Are they sort of on retainer and continually updated, or do they have the ability to hand it off to you, or is that what your interests are?
Right, we've taken ownership of that. So we maintain the system, we'll add.
So they'll train you to then go from year whatever, year 2 to year 10.
Right, yeah. Typically, in educational institutions, a full-blown condition assessment by an outside company is every 5 to 10 years.
Right.
So between that, it's up to the institution to maintain and take, if you finish a project or if you fix the deficiencies, you take those out of the system or you add something to those. Yeah, that falls onto the hands of the facilities.
So would you see something similar based on your conversations, hopefully, that you've had with Jen or Matt, that we would get up to speed on GIS, whether it's, you guys, obviously Matt's already started that process. Is that the way you would envision it as the committee?
Yeah, I mean, we've had some initial conversations. I think, again, it comes down to the system, but that would be I believe that is possible, that the DPW would have the ability to maintain the system once it's complete and 100%. Yes, I think that is possible.
Okay, any other questions for Mark? Because I'd like to hear from Matt here.
Question.
No, Kathy, go ahead.
This is, to me, is very similar to, in my industry, in a condominium association, like Tom was saying, a reserve study, so that you can really see, where your numbers are going to be, and if you're going to need a special assessment, and so, to the members. And so, I think this is great. We really already sort of have this with our vehicles, and it runs very nicely, as far as we know when the vehicle is beyond its useful life, just like we'll know when the HVAC is beyond its useful life 3 or 4 years before. So it's almost a CIP for our maintenance, and I think it's a great tool for all that we have to keep together. So I'm all for this.
Okay. Matt, you have a minute? Did you have a question? So in the way you've run People GIS before, and that was sort of your own volition, you went out and you found this guy, you had some conversations, and then saw that it integrated well with your horizontal assets.
Correct.
So have you thought about this enough to see that it can be leveraged to include vertical assets as well, and with this same setup?
Yeah, it's already been built for the wastewater treatment plant. So I was already starting down a path, putting all the wastewater treatment plants, 400 and something new pieces of equipment. So we already started to build it that way. We're gonna try to go a different way, but there is a facility suite that's already sitting there, and pretty much what's gonna happen and what all the asset management suites are doing now is allowing us to go to a piece of equipment and score it between a 0 and 5. And same with our assets, in the street, between manhole and pipe. We're gonna start being able to create scores so that the condition assessment will know a useful life in the back side of things, and it will start looking at all the scores that we grade our assets on and start adjusting useful lives. So if something's 25 years but gets a bad score, it's gonna start shifting it towards 20 years on you. If it's getting good scores, it might add like 5 more years on something. So it's gonna be running like that in the background. If anyone saw the last year's discussions on asset management, I mean, the engineers gave me a spreadsheet that would tell me, $33 million in the next 50 years, and you're gonna need 1.2 million every year to be able to pay for things what you have right now. So these are real numbers that I already know, but that's a spreadsheet that is basically a snapshot. It doesn't do anything. So to your point of, is it gonna keep going and dynamic? Yes, this is allowing us to be more dynamic, and we can produce reports. So if someone said, how many roofs are a condition of 3 in town, it will tell you, this building, this building, this building. How many pipes are ready to be replaced and have a score of 3 or lower? This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So we'll start producing things. So we're in the midst of building all of this right now, adding the data in. And so I'm hoping my 2022 is really a push on having all this start to be really fully implemented and integrated. As far as water and sewer assets, facilities is already there, and it's just a matter of having Chris Weeks and everyone have a chance to see this demonstration and fine tune it maybe a little bit, and to meet all the Unicodes and all the codes that may be within building softwares. I'm not an expert in building, I'll tell you that. So there might be a little bit of massage and a little bit more of not customization, but they're gonna fix it so that it works for us, and then we'll be able to run with it.
Question.
I don't see why we couldn't run with it.
Judy?
And given how far down the road you are with People GIS, what sort of budget do you think is actually needed to take the next step?
So each suite costs about $2,000 to $2,500, sometimes $3,000, depending upon how intricate it is, I guess. So we are currently, between all the modules that I use, we're spending about $20,000. And he said to me that if I buy another module, prices go down. So I'm right on the cusp of getting a good price. So the facility suite will probably be about $2,000 to $3,000 a year. And building permits are already using it. So there's other departments than just us. It's already been starting to get pilfered up. So it's a couple grand per suite.
So did you jump over the consultant process, or are you just that smart that you took the People GIS and then ran with it? Because it doesn't sound, I don't hear the word consultant mixed into your relationship.
I didn't need to use it.
So you just sat with the People GIS folks, they sort of trained you on the software, what needed to be done, and then you ran with it.
Absolutely. Yep, it's all internet-based, so you don't have to have a software. So it's internet-based, it's all on them. So you're not downloading a piece of software to a computer. This makes it more mobile. People out in the street on their tablets with a MiFi can get on this software and start doing data entry. That was the key piece to it. Makes people mobile, makes data entry happening live.
So Bob, I just want to clarify that
Chris, could you just give him your microphone?
No, I just want to clarify that, I mean, it's all web-based, everything's web-based now, right? So nothing is a software package that you download. So even when we were looking at this before, and again, we were basing on not knowing that a system that the town already has compatible, but majority of that money is having somebody come in and look at every asset and do the assessments, right? So I just want to be clear on that. That's the majority of the cost is that. The 45 was a budget number based on every asset that the town has, looking at all the systems in each of these. So there's opportunities to cut back. We can focus on the priorities, but at some point, all the assets should be looked at. So whether that's internal or external, but majority of the cost is the on-site assessments that's done by experts. So if there's a system that only costs a couple grand, there should be money set aside to hire somebody to come in and do it and not rely on Matt's team, Jeff Beck, to try to figure out this. So it's more complicated than just walking around saying, well, that window's broken, you should fix it. It's looking ahead and really coming up with a comprehensive plan.
And I agree, and I think, I was sort of with Judy, is that you guys have a lot of talent on your committee. We were sort of hoping that you would take that ball, sort of like our conversations with the Sustainability Committee, is you guys are really smart and you're into this, why don't you run with it for a bit? That's what I've done with my Water and Sewer Committee. And I get it, that this is complicated. What I'm struggling with is where the consultant fits into the whole equation, because it sounds like we already have some people in-house who are well-versed in it. And so are we hiring somebody just to be a data entry person, to talk to Jeff and Matt, or are we looking for something more? Because I don't want that entity to clash with what we've already done, which sounds like we're doing some really good work. So that's our concern, I think.
So the condition assessment should be done by somebody that is a subject matter expert in those fields that person's looking at. So you should hire somebody that can look at the roof, the building envelope, the masonry. Does the masonry need to be pointed? What's the percentage? And things like that. The accessibility. What is the accessibility requirements for a building if that's part of the task? Looking at the mechanical systems. What is the expected life of this air handler?
Okay.
Things like that. So that's where the consultant board should come in as part of this process.
Anna?
Just a quick question. Would the consultant also develop the rating system?
Yeah, I mean, if you hire somebody that does these, they have a system in place that they'll say, and this is part of the hiring process when you look at the consultants. There's different ways to do these assessments. There's prioritizations that come into play. There's ratios that you can ask them to show you as far as capital planning. So there's multiple ways that different consultants look at it. There are standards and guidelines that you follow. yes, that's part of the process is the assessments. It's not just to say, that this window's broken, or like I said before, the windows should be replaced. It's looking over the next, is what's the expected life, and then helping you look as far as capital planning. There's a lot more power in some of these other databases than just putting it in and capturing information. There's capital planning. But again, that's part of the process to evaluate systems, because there's different ways, depending on the size of the institution, the size of the municipality, that as far as what you're trying to get out of it. So it sounds like the People GIS is a really good option. I would just not recommend that you throw this on the shoulders of a Jeff Beck and Matt Berube to look at trying to do assessments of low assets. That's obviously my opinion.
One quick comment I'd make too is I think that we have not, one of the things to understand from this conversation is that we have not done this in-house. And so it really lends itself to some outside additional resources to be able to get it done in whatever fashion that may be. So I know, like Matt has been very good about saying that they're plugging away with water and sewer and trying to get that data into the system. But if you listen to what he was saying, they're not all the way there yet. It's an ongoing process. So I think, my own opinion of the FCA is that it would be, if nothing else, it would be done faster, I think, if we had some outside consulting help to do it.
Fair enough. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah. So what we would be funding is an outside expert to come in to develop a system of appraisal and to also do data entry?
I would alter that slightly to say that they would integrate with Public Works, specifically Matt Berube as the point person, to work together to come up with that system. Because without somebody on the ground in town, this doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's the 2015 study that sits on a shelf. So I would say that Matt needs to be integrally part of this process on the review team for the consultants, actually driving the bus.
What's likely to happen, and I'm completely speaking out of turn, but the consultant is going to do their work in some database that is potentially integrated in a file type that
Excel spreadsheet.
can be, right, so then they build it so that they can populate People GIS without anybody doing data entry. I don't think anybody's doing data entry here. It'll all go into a big spreadsheet as part of the $45,000, and then that'll just be uploaded into GIS automatically.
Technology.
So is this a realistic figure, 45,000?
We don't know.
Yeah, I think,
That's, I think, what we're trying to get to.
I think Mark had said that, that's been their experience where PEA just did this 2 years ago and, scaled. We don't have as much actually as PEA does, so it is a scaled assessment.
Yeah, I mean, it was based on us thinking that you would be looking at a new system, not looking at People GIS, and that you would have a company coming in that would do from the beginning to the end, would go do the assessments, and it was based on all of the assets. We had a spreadsheet that was given to us, and looking at doing the assessment, and also building the database, the system, and training. So it's, it's a budget number, and that was what it was based on. And since then, that was developed, then People GIS became an option. And like I said, as a committee, we have not talked with them or looked at this, so we're just not sure if it's the right system, but I mean that's just our opinion. So,
well, given the existence of People GIS and the experience so far, how might you adjust this budget figure given that the town is a little bit farther down the road than you expected that it was?
I'd have to go back and look at some of the notes, Judy, of what we had. I mean, my guess is that you could probably take, say $5,000 to $8,000 off that number to do that. But I'd have to go back and look at what it was, a while ago since we looked at developed the budget for that. But
the reality is we are advanced in our understanding of how to use the software and what to do with the data we get. but you still have to get the data, and that number's not gonna change regardless, no matter how much Matt knows, right? So that number may not change, because the scope of work isn't gonna change.
Well, if it does, so this was put together by Mark, who's used something similar, and if it's less, then it's less. I mean, it's not like we're, writing a check and then taking, if we don't spend it, we don't spend it. But I think we're giving them the ability to go down this road with professionals. But again, I would just stress that the committee works very closely with Jen and Matt on, and leverage the work they've already done and the experience they already have. I think that would make your job a lot easier. And we want something that they're comfortable with since they're already into this.
Yeah, I mean,
That'd be our recommendation.
Well, the key is not to start from scratch. Whoever comes in is going to use the report from 2015, right? That's still some good information there. They're going to interview the personnel here. It doesn't make sense to not use the information that's already available. So,
good. Nance?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. They're going to stick with this program, right? We're not going to hire a consultant that's going to come in and suggest a different program.
I think that's what has to be clear if this goes out with an RFP process. You just have to be very clear about what you're asking these companies to do. So if you have the People GIS system, then you just have to say, we're going to use this system, and you go out to the firms that know that, and they'll just.
But is that the intent to do that, is what I'm trying to clarify here, because I've heard it different ways. So I'm trying to get an understanding, how is Department of Public Works gonna be if we don't use this program? It's not gonna really work, right? Or you'd have to start all over?
No, so Mark has been very clear when his facilities talk to us that, People GIS may not be the software. It may not work because they haven't met and they haven't talked to them yet. So I think you're very right. It could be that that's not the right software. But they still would, I don't think your recommendation would change. You still feel like this is a worthy project.
Oh, I think it's a worthy project. I'm just trying to understand about the software and if we've invested in the software we're not going to use anymore.
I think it would be less, we developed that budget not knowing that People GIS was an option.
Okay. I did hear that, but I was getting confused, so I just want clarification.
Yeah, so that includes, having a new system come in. That doesn't, so I think it's a good safety measure to stay it there, because then if you use People GIS, it's going to come in less than that, so.
So can I follow up?
Sure.
With one more question? So between now and when the select board gets the budget, would you have any further information for them on this?
I think it's just, I know that there's been some attempts to schedule a demo with People GIS. I don't know where we are.
Yeah, I talked to Chris earlier, Chris Weeks, the chair of the Facilities Committee, earlier today, and we were looking at the week after Thanksgiving.
So it would be, thank you.
Yeah.
So it's,
Tom?
Yeah, just to amplify that, because I'm glad I waited until you spoke. Because I see, I think it's a great idea and it's a great effort and it sounds like it's very necessary, but I do see a disconnect here where it sounds like this facilities committee has identified the need, but wasn't even aware of the People GIS thing. I've come at it from the other side. I was on water and sewer. I've heard about People GIS. And now we're trying to match it all up, and it's going to affect how who you hire, who gets hired as a consultant, and I think someone needs to need to step back very objectively and see what's going to be the best solution and best way to spend the money, because I do see a bit of a disconnect here. Like there's almost I don't know.
Well, I would say over the last couple of months that this came up as an option, that, hey, maybe this is an idea that could happen, it's being used for water sewer, and then, so I don't want it to be, I'm not trying to communicate that it just came up in the last couple of days. I think it's just, as far as all this trying to come together, we just were hesitant about jumping on that bandwagon yet until we saw what it could do, and just wanted to ask some more questions. So that's just what we are.
I'm glad you mentioned that RFP thing, because remains to be seen if People GIS has the kind
Well,
of.
the upshot
power
of it
to
is, the committee can't issue an RFP.
No, understood.
I sit on 2 advisory committees, and they advise the select board.
Right.
And this committee does as well. And so, almost by definition, the committee is going to have to integrate with Public Works very closely for this to happen, because whatever gets issued, it has to pass the sniff test by DPW, or it's not going to go anywhere. So I think our message has been relayed to Mark, and I'm assuming Chris, if he's not listening, he'll get the information as the chair.
Yeah.
And hopefully you guys will proceed ahead.
Sounds like
why don't we move along?
Need a lot more information.
Do you want to move something?
Guessing. Sure.
I get to do it.
You do?
Yeah. So I guess I would move the $45,000 to do the facilities condition assessment as proposed by the facilities committee.
And I would second that.
Okay. I will not allow any further discussion. I think we've all worried this thing to death. My starter here has had a personal commitment that she has to go to. So Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, Mark, for your time, and thank you, Matt and Jen, for your discussion.
Oh, yeah, you're all set.
If you're gonna talk about the DPW garage.
We already did.
All right, sounds good.
So I guess my only follow-up question would, how would you foresee this being funded? Like in the budget? Because I think it should be split again, like the garage with water and sewer?
Well, I think one of the things that we'll need to pin down is, are water and sewer facilities going to be part of this?
Right.
To what extent that is the case, and then we would break the article up.
I'll leave that up to you guys to figure that out.
I see some shaking.
My stuff's already in a
I don't think
different suite.
That was the intent. I think it was more the general fund
Okay.
facilities.
So it'll be somewhere in the Public Works general budget.
Well, I foresaw this to be a warrant article. So,
I guess going forward, like how is it going to be accounted for next year when we get the 2023 budget?
Yeah,
where are we going to see this?
any resulting additional costs as a result of the assessment would be in the Public Works budget,
Okay.
if that's what you mean.
Well, sort of. I guess I'm listening to what Judy says and some others here, and I just want to be able to track this, I guess is what it comes down to.
Yeah,
That if there's a $45,000, full book of work, then that's great. But if it wasn't that, it'd be nice to, as we go forward with recommendations based on it, I'd like to be able to track it. So just, I'll make a note to myself to look for it somewhere.
I saw the 45 as a standalone warrant article that was funded via the tax rate.
Okay.
So that was the suggestion in the preliminary budget.
All right. Fair enough. So, on to bike and pedestrian improvement plan.
Yes. Page 9. So this was a project that was deferred from the 2020 budget. This $25,000 request is to make a formal assessment of the needs. It will also ultimately help with any future grants. This is also part of our master plan, specifically page 32, and the connect and the walking and biking portion, but I'd rather not read the stuff out unless you want me to. But I can tell you it's on page 32 of the master plan. So ultimately, this study would have for its deliverable a bike and pedestrian master plan that examines both walking and biking as modes of transportation beyond recreation.
Similar to the intersection analysis, is this something that you've heard anecdotally that people have been looking for? I know there's been a sort of a groundswell of getting more bike paths for years, and we've done some. Is that sort of hopefully what this would solve?
Yes, and I know that this was identified during the master planning process.
I have it here. I didn't want you to read it. And we also had a warrant article, I couldn't remember the year ago, not a warrant article, I'm sorry, a citizen's petition for one. I believe it was on Front Street. Do you remember, Russ?
It was, I remember the warrant article was to,
Was it warrant or citizen's petition?
citizens petition having to do with painting our lines so that it left enough room for
Like a bike
bicycles.
share, yeah.
That's my recollection of it,
Yeah. So this would inform DPW projects too, in addition to providing data for grants
For
or.
pedestrian, bike, sidewalks, it would all interconnect. And that assessment would allow for future potential grant money.
And you guys supported this?
We did.
Fully.
Yeah, no, I would say that, as we discussed when this came up with the subcommittee report, that, and as we know, some federal funds were just signed into law this past Monday. Having a plan that's ready to go when those funds become available is very much about that. And this absolutely moves us into connecting that last mile. We're a town that's served by train, and that train to business and train to home is critical, and it's served this way. And when you have a plan to do that, it adds value to your town. And I think this is absolutely the right way to go. So.
Great.
I think it's tragic that our kids can't ride their bikes to high school or middle school, that I live 10 blocks from where I work and I have to cross two very busy thoroughfares. It's not even safe to ride a bike down Water Street and Main Street and right through downtown. I think this is long overdue.
It's overdue and a good next step.
I don't disagree, but I wonder how it makes it safe.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
I think your Water Street example, and I'm like, it's a Wild West, right? But how does painted lines make?
It's not, the recommendation might not necessarily be painted lines. It could be a buffered bike lane. It could be, I recently spent 6 years living in Chicago, and they spent a lot of money on their bicycle infrastructure downtown, and you literally have everything from pylons that separate cars from bikes to curbing that separates cars from bikes and planters and things like that. So sometimes it's reformatting street direction for cars and making more space for pedestrians and bikes. It's, bike boxes at traffic lights and stop signs where cyclists get to pull up in front of the cars. They have better visibility. You don't get that right hook and take out riders that way. So a lot of it has to do with employing and deploying, well-known, tried and true engineering to our town plan. So it's really the study of that puts us in a better place to understand that. So.
Yeah, Corey, if this were a proposal to paint stripes on the roads, I don't think I would support that. That's putting the cart before the horse. We need the study first.
But it is part of the master plan, and I think it's important that we recognize that too, and that we have these things and we talk about things being put together and then put on a shelf and forgotten. And this is a check off item of the master plan.
$25,000 seems like a very small investment to make on potentially a very big gain. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the bike and pedestrian improvement plan for $25,000.
So I'll second that.
Corey? How do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton? Aye. Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Great Bay Toll Nitrogen Permit. This could be a lot of fun. So.
We should have this first.
Probably should have been first before 10 Hampton Road, really. So,
fortunately,
as Mr. Kelly likes to say, another unfunded mandate by the federal government.
That's all we do.
Riveting.
Why don't you give us an overview, Jen,
I was
of
going
what
to
this
say,
is?
if I can, I've got some, again, great money stories to tell. I think you've all heard this. So do I need to start from the ground zero on this?
No,
Okay.
no.
Because we did talk about it quite a
Yes, we
bit
did.
on the first night. And I had provided Corey with this crazy spreadsheet. It's kind of our strategic plan. And I apologize if you didn't print it on 11 by 17. You probably couldn't read it. But we're looking at targeting efforts in several areas next year, including continuing to participate in the pollutant tracking. This is B on our spreadsheet. The PTAP program that has been essentially operated by New Hampshire DES, but they need assistance. You know, they've been doing this, they've been front-loading it for many years, and we're at the point now where they need the municipalities who are using this tracking program, tracking nitrogen, to participate in the cost of it. And we're proposing $22,500 for the town of Exeter, along with all the other communities. It's a very reasonable cost, and we are already using the program. Then we're also looking at $9,400 for the threshold study. And again, this is in participation with the other communities who've signed on to the adaptive management approach. The story I want to tell about funding is for the last three major pieces, which are the biggest. Advanced Septic System Program, the B&P for another drainage area, not the Winter Street area, which we're talking about separately, and the fertilizer program. We had submitted a preliminary grant application to New Hampshire DES earlier this year, and they have told us that they are willing to fund us at $75,000. That would be $45,000 DES money, $30,000 town money, but it could be town staff time counts towards that $30,000. So it's actually a great way to leverage the state funds to get a major component of that done. We are the full application. It's a watershed assistance grant. The full application is due in January. We've already met with geosyntech engineers to figure out how to put this together, but it dovetails with these same criteria that we're talking about. So I think ultimately it's going to be essentially $45,000 less than what we're talking about, the bottom line of $93,900, because we'd be getting the state funding. That's short and sweet.
So if
Excellent.
the ask then goes to the 45 and the 93, or?
I think we probably still need to have, I don't know, that's one of those things that I defer to Russ. I think it is a grant, so we may not need it, but I think we still have to show that we have the capacity to support it.
So quick question, who developed the table? Is this a town table? This is my 8.5 by 11. But with really good glasses. I may be blind like this, but I can really see well with these.
This is what happens when you put an engineer on a spreadsheet. This was Paul Blasich.
So he put this together?
Yes.
So, all right, so that's good to know. The work that is going to be done, is that a lot by us, or is that a consultant?
It's going to be working with a consultant.
So a consultant would be part of this, whatever the number ends up being.
For most of it, for those last three items, the septic, the fertilizer, and the BMP drainage area. The others, we'd just literally be including our check with other people's checks that go to the adaptive management program through the Municipal Alliance.
So in looking at these line items and seeing that everything on the left-hand side has monies associated with them going forward for the next 5 years, does data or measurables from 1 year determine what you do the next year, or is it a 5-year program that we're parsing it up?
No, it's absolutely, the whole purpose of an adaptive management plan is to be continuously monitoring and measuring, figuring out where we're seeing significant, I don't want to just say improvements, but we're really gaining so that we can continue to focus in those areas. If there's an area that we just say, this isn't, it's way too expensive, it's too costly, we're not achieving any significant removals, then we don't want to pursue that. So it's a frequent assessment of where we should be focusing.
So realistically, we have 6 months to get information.
Yeah.
You know, it gets approved in March, presumably, and then by this time next year, we're looking at this, and if we don't have the data, I would like to think that we're going to have a hard time, authorizing another, $90,000 to continue it on if we don't have information from 2022. I mean, is that a fair
That may
way to
be-
go?
Yeah, that may be the case, but realize too that it is, some of these components really are fairly flat line and they're just continuing, like PTAP.
Right.
That's going to be continuous annual payment. But these other components do change from year to year. Some of them will be different. We might not be looking at a BMP. Let's look at, we do have a BMP in the second year, but not the third and the fourth year. So.
And all of this is meant to try to defray what may be more costly at the end of the 5-year permit that we need to do to our wastewater treatment facility. So maybe we just have to take a leap of faith on some of this stuff going into year 2 to say, we're hoping this really pans out in the long play of the 5 years. It
Correct.
saves us
Right.
at the
And
treatment plant.
This certainly will postpone having to make a major improvement as far as nutrient reduction at the wastewater treatment plant. We're already doing a lot with enhanced nutrient removal. That's what we're doing at the plant right now, and we're going to be using carbon supplementation next season to really drive it down even further. The operators are doing an absolutely amazing job, but a lot needs to be done because the bay has been receiving high nitrogen and other contaminants for so long, so it's going to take a while for it to recover.
Yeah, I mean, this is something obviously that we have to do. The worry I have is that 2 out of the 3, those lower 3 items, the septic systems and the fertilizer program, a lot of those are upstream in the Exeter River, which then end up in the Squamscott River, which end up in the bay. And by our conversation earlier, we, as the town, are now responsible for the river in addition to the bay. And we're not going to have any kind of impact on these other than sending the town of Fremont or Sandown a letter saying you really need to get a handle on your septic systems. And so we're going to be done for this after spending tens of thousands of dollars for everything, that stuff that's beyond our control.
Well, I think we have to look at the town of Exeter, probably a third is on septic, and Matt may know that number off the top of his head, but we have a significant portion of
I know.
That's on septic, and a lot of them are close to water bodies, and those are the ones we're really concerned about, are the ones that are in close proximity to
I agree.
water.
It's just, I just worry that we're going to spend a lot of money in 4 or 5 years from now, we're going to get done anyway. And you could almost forecast that from the beginning. I agree, but a lot of the septic systems are in northwest Exeter that don't necessarily drain to the river. Some of them do, but not all of them. In fertilizer, again, a lot of the farms are well inland.
Well, and our fertilizer program is geared towards residential.
The residential.
It's not towards
fair enough.
agricultural.
What is the responsibility of Chester, Fremont, Brentwood?
Hypothetical.
Yeah.
I mean, they're supposed to be doing something, but there's no stick.
Yeah.
It's just a carrot.
They're kind of, I think they're watching. I don't think that they're oblivious, but this is one of the conversations that we've been having with the state and EPA from the get-go, is that, this is really more than just, it's way more than just the Great Bay communities. It's beyond even this region, and the state needs to be involved. And they have stepped up, and they are going to continue. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're funding our approach that we've talked about with the septic incentive program. They're very interested. We need their involvement in developing the guidelines and the specifications and the regulations around advanced septic systems. That's not something the town of Exeter can do. the state needs to do that. And if they see that this is something that has positive impact, I think they're going to, promote that elsewhere. We may be a bit of a pilot, but I see that this.
We always are.
Yeah. We'll get everybody else.
We are. We're always the pilot, Jen. We always step up early and often.
Yeah.
As long as I've been doing this. Tom?
Just to clarify, how much of this effort will fall upon the sewer ratepayers? I assume it's not the water ratepayers, but the sewer ratepayers, because it's my humble opinion, this should be funded entirely through the general fund. But that's just an opinion, man.
I was going to have a similar question, since there's overlap with our general permit, but this is specific more to general DPW, is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
I see and sewer, I see.
Well, that's just me, that was me, those were my notes.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at actually in the CIP book.
Oh, right, okay.
There is some funding that's in the sewer budget that is included for water quality monitoring.
Yeah.
And there's some money in the budget that's included for the catch basin program.
Yeah.
That's general fund. But I would say the most significant portion of this is general fund.
Yeah, I would just as an opinion, I would strongly advocate for that.
Yeah.
I just,
Well,
because I think if we don't comply with, as is the argument has been made in past years, if we don't comply with this, and if the worst case scenario, town gets sued, who pays? The general taxpayer pays. So,
well, but if this doesn't work, the people who get done are the people going into the wastewater plant, because they can regulate a pipe, they can't regulate overland flow from residential and septic systems and things like that. That's why I thought that sewer should be involved somehow, because we're going to ultimately have responsibility for it. But I'm happy to spread it out to 6,800 people versus 3,600.
Well, that's right.
We're looking real closely too at these projects, the Great Bay Nitrogen Park project and the Winter Street Stormwater project as ARPA funds, because it's actually spelled right out in the interim rule that non-point source projects can be executed using ARPA funds. So my hope is to take this not in the general fund, not in the water fund, and not in the sewer fund, but in the ARPA funds. Or available ARPA funds, I should say.
Well, that was part of your initial layout with possibly portions of Pickpocket and this in Winter Street, and it still is less than the 400,000 simple math. So it would seem to make sense. If we get some grants, that would make it even more viable.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is excellent.
Yeah. But of course, this is going to be an ongoing project and ongoing expenses, and that's
well, we'll
why
keep
the
an eye on it for next year, that's for sure. Any other questions? I would move the amount for planning purposes of $93,900, pending review by the town manager and the select board on available grants and ARPA funding for the final amount, but of approving this for review by the select board and the town at large.
I'll second.
Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye, aye, aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, I guess we'll take them in order here, even though Winter Street would be a reasonable next one. We'll jump
I think
over
we're
to...
going to jump over because I think we decided the sidewalk fund we weren't.
We're not going to do that. Okay, because that was a TBD.
It was, but we talked through it and.
Okay.
We obviously didn't take a vote, but.
Okay. We will defer that then.
Do we need to vote on that?
Yeah.
I don't know, do we, Russ?
I don't think it was in the beginning, if I'm not mistaken.
No, the sidewalk capital reserve fund was deferred.
Yeah.
I brought it up because
And that
it was in the
again, that was based on the fact that we have on hand
168 or 180.
between $180,000 and $200,000 for sidewalk funds. We just need to find a project that fits that. funding
Sidewalks on
level.
our street, that'd be great. I got one for you. Come on over.
I'm sure you do.
Russ, given,
So, okay, when you say it was deferred, because it's not in the deferral list originally, so.
Right, it
I mean, that's
was
fine.
left out of the list.
Okay.
But the
Fair enough.
intent is to defer appropriating into that fund in 2022.
Okay. So on to the Winter Street Stormwater Mitigation Project. I think Matt touched on the requirements of this and what he had come up with briefly, so why don't you just refresh our memory on sort of where this came from?
Winter Street?
Yeah.
This isn't mine.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought it was.
I'll try and.
Oh, my bad.
Paul couldn't be here tonight. This is a program that Paul's been working on. And let me just. So we have been working through a couple of consultants to try and identify a location for an appropriate stormwater best management practice application. And originally it was in the Lincoln Street watershed, but now we're in the Winter Street area, and actually we're in the vicinity of Kids Park, which we were talking about earlier tonight. And this is to reduce our, again, nitrogen. We're focusing on nitrogen. This would be an infiltration system that would allow for stormwater to infiltrate through the ground and slowly reduce the nitrogen before it gets into our collection system and just piped out to the river, right? So it would be a detention system. And this is, bear with me, I'm sorry, 66,800 is the,
C5.
yes. Yeah, page 26. And I think that was also something that Russ was considering for funding through ARPA.
Would we have to vote on the entire 167, Russ, or the delta?
I think if you vote the entire amount and just in the motion that you vote, break it up into grant versus
We have the
other
grant though,
funds.
right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yep. This is a guaranteed grant of
Marvelous.
100,000.
So I don't want to belabor this, but on the right-hand side, project benefits, it says reduces liability. Wait, what exactly does that mean?
I think what the intent there was that we're taking serious efforts to reduce our nitrogen so that we're not putting it all on the wastewater treatment plant at the end of the day. Because at the end of this 5-year permit, if we haven't made meaningful reductions, that is a liability. We are going to be talking about adding D-night filters at the wastewater treatment plant. So.
Oogie?
Got it. So you're going to be able to go back to the powers that be and say, look, we did this on Winter Street.
Absolutely, and we will be monitoring it and see, is this something that's really beneficial? Is this something that we should be applying in other locations in town? And that is the next piece. We've been told that there's more money out there for you.
So when you say that.
Well, that's what we were just talking about in the BMP, where they said, they're throwing that money at us. It's because we're making progress.
You're talking in terms of literally monitoring the water coming out of that pipe to see how much nitrogen or how much the nitrogen is reduced from that system? And before and after, or like before project and after project, or before water flows in and after
Probably
water
before
flows-
water flows in and before it flows out, yeah.
which we will be testing for extensively and need to do expensive testing for?
Not extensively. I mean, we do some limited but very directed.
Those $20,000 nitrogen.
Exactly, I'm
probes
thinking
will
about
last
those
1 year.
probes. I'm thinking about those really expensive probes, but I get it, okay. So it's more than just a demonstration project, though. I mean, hopefully it will have some tangible results, including more funding for things like it.
Knock-on project.
We'll need tangible results, or my permit's gonna change at how many pounds per day I can put out in the river. So we'll need to do non-void stuff, and if we don't, then I'll be looking for some big money in 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I give Jen a hard time about always, we're right out there at the forefront of doing projects, but in a case like this, we generally are well thought of by EPA and DES, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and Department of Environmental Services of the state, because we're out front, and we do get a lot of funding and a lot of forgiveness on, missing timeframes because we have taken the initiative, spent the money, and done things. For instance, what was it, 7, 8 years ago, they wanted us to spend $40 million to remove I&I, infiltration and inflow, 23 projects around town, and we've done one on JD Hill, and we were wildly successful with that, and now we're doing West Side Drive, and that will probably be it. So instead of $40 million, we'll end up spending like $6 million.
Salem Street has a little too.
Yeah, all right.
Right now.
But the point is, that, being out
Absolutely.
front is not necessarily a bad thing, because we do get some bennies from the regulators down the road. So.
What is this gonna look like when it's done? Is it a big hole in the ground with some kind of a tank thing that's then covered up with dirt?
Oh, okay, yeah, it would be totally below grade. You wouldn't know that it's there. There'd probably be a couple of manholes that would be towards the inlet and the outlet of
Yeah,
it, but.
it's gonna be something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, something
Yeah.
in the ground.
Yeah, it will have some kind of filtration media in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do the whole thing. Any other questions or comments? All right, so I will move that we approve the total Winter Street Stormwater Mitigation Project of $167,000 with the understanding that we already have a 60% grant worth $100,200 in hand, meaning that the actual impact to the taxpayers will be $66,800, but we have to approve the whole project of 167.
And I will second that.
Thank you, Nance. Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Thank you, and chair votes aye. Okay, so, get into a couple of sewer-related projects that we didn't really discuss much at the subcommittee level, because they were still somewhat up in the air. Court Street Sewer Pumping Station is currently, no, that's not in design.
No.
This is
it's-
design.
This would be.
It's Webster
design.
Ave that's in design.
And actually, Matt and I had a very crucial conversation earlier today, about the timing of this. We've got a couple of efforts afoot that will help to determine if there's opportunity to remove more inflow and infiltration upgradient of this station. And if there is, it might reduce the size and capacity of this station. And I think, even though, we want to push, we want to make sure we're getting infrastructure projects identified and into the mix, I think this might be one that we could defer for at least a year, because I think those flows that we can't say right now how much that could be, could really change what the capacity of this facility. So, I guess what we're saying is we could put this off till 2023. If that is of interest to this committee.
So yeah.
I don't know, I think we'll.
So you'd be watching, you'd be.
In the interest of moving us forward.
So you'd be monitoring something or other that.
We have,
I don't think so.
we're doing a sewer capacity study in the cross-country sewer, which is essentially south of High Street, Hampton Road. We're working in that area. It's a cross-country sewer that we have very difficult time accessing. We're looking at that, and we're also looking at one of the mobile home parks, which has a lot of infiltration that we're trying to work with them but it's their responsibility to get it out, and we're going to probably be putting sewer flow monitoring at where they're discharging, because we think we're not capturing just through water meters what is coming to the town. So if we can reduce.
A couple years ago, we found some extraneous water. We found some poor connections that were causing them to have to pump more water to us. So I've asked them to kind of start getting some assistance by engineers and consultants to start looking at possibly separating their systems so that not so much is coming our way, which then eventually goes to this Court Street pump station. So without kind of all that knowledge, without that almost like a year's worth more of conversations, looking at what they can do, what we need to do as a town, it would be better served to push this off so that I kind of fully know what's coming upstream.
Fantastic.
Of course, with the Webster Ave construction starting, what we're doing is creating a log jam a couple of years from now, but oh well. If it's not ready for prime time, it's not ready.
All right.
But thank you for the discussion and the intra-office conversation. So, which brings us to Webster Ave, pump station construction, currently in design. Where do we stand on that?
Well, this is a tough conversation to have. This is an example of a very, covigency. The costs have really escalated on this project, and they have been doing so from the get-go. Site constraint issues, availability of materials issues, contractor availability issues, and the engineers' experiences with bidding this year for projects of this size. And so at this point in time, the previous estimate for I think we have a net shortage of $225,000 for the design of the Webster pump station. That needs to be, we need to get that in the works. Similarly,
So design is stopped right now because things are more complicated than we thought?
it's not stopped, it's continued to go, but it's not complete. It needs to, Matt might know a little bit more about where we're at, but I know that we haven't expended all of the monies, but we're very close to having expended the, I think it was $200,000 that we had from the original warrant article that included the siphons. We had $200,000 for design of Webster, and it's, we've gone through an alternatives analysis of 4 different types of pumping stations because of the sheer cost of what we're looking at, and it frightened us. We said, no, we can't move forward with this at this point.
Well, it started at what, 4.5 3 years ago, right?
And we're up to
5.7?
Yeah, 5.7, thank you. And we've actually selected an alternative that is not consistent with our other pumping stations. We're looking at a submersible sewer pumping station, which is not our preferred choice, but it's just too expensive to go with our standard.
So again, I have my numbers crossed, so we would be approving, if we felt so inclined, a $5.7 million bond article, probably a 10-year bond, according to Russ, so around $600,000 a year.
That might be 15, based upon the new estimates. 15-year bond.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a good call.
And I did want to mention too that our monies, and Melissa's still here, hanging in here in the shadows.
Whoa.
We had very successfully, with Melissa's leadership, petitioned for funding through Senator Shaheen's office, and we are in good standing for $1.04 million. Is that still the case?
Yep, 1.05 if the federal budget passes. Whenever that happens, then congressional directed spending is included. Exeter would be given $1.05 million towards this project for the replacement of the force main.
So basically bring us back to our 2018 cost
At
estimate.
least a little helpful.
It does. I mean, all of
Every little bit helps, thank you.
Is this type of expenditure, is that something that is amenable to like an impact fee type of approach for the
Well, we do have
businesses that this kind of a station presumably will service? Is there a mechanism in
Yeah.
place for that?
It's a great question, and it's an area we've been exploring, and we've also been working with our economic development director on that, helping with those conversations with whether it's, an existing commercial operation or any proposed developments, so.
And can you do that after the fact, or do you need to do that right up front or not?
You have to do it up front.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too.
And it would have to relate to a new business coming in that the delta in what they were putting into the system was higher than the business before them, or a brand-new business would pay full freight on impact fees.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily add up to a lot, unfortunately. It sounds philosophically like a really good idea, and it is.
Yeah.
And we do charge impact fees, but as a matter of the overall fiscal schematic, they're not as
impressive.
Not as impressive as you might think.
Well, when we did our model change a few years ago, they suggested we practically double our impact fees, I think. And we were just at the time talking about the TIF district and all that, and it was like, okay, so we're going to double our impact fees, and we're trying to bring in businesses for, it just didn't seem to work.
Makes
like
sense.
Russ said, conceptually a great idea, but logistically, it was a non-starter.
I suppose the flip side of it is if you've got a station like that, then that attracts businesses, for better or for worse, that
Well, if it's a new
require
business-
sewer services, but
If it's a new business, they pay an impact fee.
Righto.
But everybody else will just pay rates, and so you get your money one way or the other.
Unless it's a giant multi-unit dwelling that's gonna generate a lot of sewer, you wouldn't get enough of an impact fee to really, and then you just.
Well, I mean, our impact fees were calculated years ago based on those kinds of scenarios, and again, they could be higher, but again, to what end? We saw prior to 3 or 4 years ago, there was no commercial industrial development in town, and the tax and ratepayers suffered for it. So now our tax rate and our sewer rates have been fairly stable, the plant notwithstanding, because of the TIF district. So,
yeah. So you could almost look at it that way too, in terms of this kind of expenditure.
So are we at a point in design where this would definitely get bid out next year? I mean, not to create too much of a logjam in 23, 24, but.
I can't say 100% with certainty. I believe it's on track for that, but.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
Once they know we were supposed to have a meeting today and we had to cancel it. So once, they've already been kind of told what station we're gonna do, which is the cheaper one. So now that they have that directive, they'll be able to start moving forward with that, and then a couple conversations, and then they'll start.
So the bottom line is, all we're doing is authorizing the money. If it doesn't get spent, it doesn't get spent. It's not like it's going in a pot somewhere, it just won't get spent. We're authorizing it so that if it does become available to be bid and the climate is conducive, then we have the ability to do that.
Correct.
Any other questions or comments? I would move passage of the Webster Ave Pump Station construction bond for the Select Board and general public consideration of $5.7 million.
Second?
Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, on to, we have one more item that I had forgotten than what I passed along on page 30. There was the beginnings of an ongoing sewer rehab project whereby DPW would like to sort of get ahead of some of our older sewer lines and do repairs and construction, start to build up this would be a capital recovery fund, right? Sort of? Or would it just be monies available for specific projects?
So this would be to start the study and basically start really looking at our cross-country sewer line, going from Gilman Lane all the way up to Finney Lane, and potentially start rehabbing it. If you all remember the High Street collapse, this is the same vintage pipe that's now going through the woods and all the way up through swamps and wetlands and everything like that, so you can imagine its same condition. The pipe actually grew 3 inches because of how much cement is gone on the inside of these pipes. We can see rebar, and that's why it is collapsed. So this same pipe is the same reinforced concrete pipe, so it has hydrogen sulfide gas in certain areas. Well, that will just eat away at that concrete and it'll just fall away. So this is to get a good push on trying to see what it would take. Can I get away with lining, relining, so I don't have to do open trench cuts, and maybe they can do longer stretches through the swamps so they don't have to get swamp mats and all the wetland permits. So it's realistically just to find a good solid number to start picking away at it systematically.
So would this be an item that was in the asset management report from a couple years ago where we started talking about spending $1 million to a year?
It's definitely a critical, so criticality.
It's in that report.
Yes.
And it's up there on the scale of being important.
Absolutely, and the collapse told me everything, that the condition is probably just as bad upstream. But the High Street collapse had one issue where it has Court Street pump station pumping into it, so it's rolling, the sewer's rolling, creating the hydrogen sulfide gas in that area. So it's a tough area to begin with.
So the CIP description seems like it's more of an annual, to have a pot of money to be able to do something to aging infrastructure. You mentioned the cross-country line, but this request specifically would be for the engineering services to look at the cross-country line and any other high risk.
That is correct. I started off with, thinking I was going to do lining and investigation in 1 year, and then as the monies were starting to tally up for the year, I kind of wanted to have a more solid number to bring back. Some of my projects that I thought were going to be so a certain way, well, with COVID, they're all changing on me, and I don't want to say it's going to be something in cost and have it not be right. So kind of took a step back and want to get a better picture of what's actually there.
Yeah, I think that evaluation phase is really important because we've just assumed it was going to be relining and we kind of parsed it out over 5 years. But if the condition is as bad as we suspect it may be, we may need to really advance the timing of that. It may need to, it may still need to be phased, but it may be over 2 years instead of 4. So we really need to do that condition assessment. It's another condition assessment.
Is this another one of those projects that sets us up in the future whenever the infrastructure book is written and we know what the process is? Anyway, that might put us in line for receiving future grants.
It could. We don't know at this point.
Yeah. We'll definitely apply for them. Yeah, definitely apply for them.
I was originally of a mind to maybe make this 100,000 since it seemed like, sort of an estimate, but the more I think about it, we still have the siphon issue hanging out there. We don't know exactly what's coming down the pipe to fund that. We don't really know what it's going to take to fix that. We think we do, but once you get underwater and everything. So I'm thinking that we probably should keep it at 200 in case we need that contingency. Again, it's all sewer line replacement, so if we only end up using a portion of this for the cross-country line, I can almost guarantee we're going to need something extra for the siphons. Even though right now, that seems like it's covered, maybe?
Well, I think it's.
Partially funded, so.
I think that's wise because, again, we have to do this evaluation first and then come up with what's the proper approach for the future years as far as the repair or replacement and how do we do that. So I think anything that we can get now will only lead to a better plan and a little bit further along in the design of those repairs or replacement.
Any further comments or questions? I would move a budget amount of $200,000 for the sewer capacity rehabilitation project as presented.
I will second.
Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, on to vehicles. We're done with projects. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with. We did the first three items. We'll get into public works and water and sewer vehicles is what we have left. Start off with the Jeep Patriot and the general public works budget. Jeep Patriot number 65, car 65 replacement, found on page 59. The CIP book. Corey, do you want to discuss that?
Sure, and we went over it in the DPW report a few weeks ago. This is the highway superintendent's vehicle, looking to take this Jeep and swap it out with a Crown Victorian and water sewer, and put one of those to pasture. In addition, for the highway superintendent, we're just looking at a bigger vehicle that can accommodate what his needs are, more space, be able to carry things, more appropriate for the work that he's doing and the environments he's in on a day-to-day basis. That's really about it. I think we've put this project off from last year, if I'm not mistaken. This was on.
Yeah, it's been in here before, and this would also allow us to change this up to a hybrid. We were looking at a Ford Explorer, which I believe is a 6-cylinder. The 4-cylinder ones are kind of tough when you're loaded with all the equipment and gear. They do take a pretty heavy toll, but we see where it still has some value and can be certainly a better vehicle than the old fire department Crown Victoria, which is at the wastewater treatment plant.
Somebody suggested we put that in a parade. I think that's a great idea.
I was joking.
I like that. That's a great idea. Christmas parade.
You didn't know I suggested that. It looks.
Any other comments or questions?
It's written.
This would be a one-year outright purchase allocated to the general fund. We'll entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to recommend $44,750 for replacement of vehicle number 65 Jeep Patriot with a Ford Explorer hybrid.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next item is the pavement hot box replacement. It's a Public Works item, page 63. Originally on the budget defer list, but has discussion has been somewhat resurrected due to the underlying condition of the hot box. So if, Jen, you want to, either you or Corey sort of go through the newer information?
And I hope you all did receive the additional photos that you'd asked for, and I think it helps to tell the story. I had Harry had given me probably twice as many photos, but I tried to make it a little more succinct. And essentially, it looks great on the outside because we painted it 2 years ago. But when you go through the photos, you can really see the rust and corrosion that's occurring on this. So the repair costs are estimated at $20,000 if we were to try and keep this running. And this is an essential piece of our operations. This is our pothole patching equipment. It keeps the mix hot. And so, you know, I don't think it's a good way to be spending town money trying to patch this up. It's really in tough shape. A lot of rust throughout the box of the unit, throughout the burner of the unit. That's going to have to be replaced. You can see that. There's they tried to use cement to line the heat chamber. Again, it's just temporary fixes. It's time for it to be rotated out of service.
Is this the one with the duct tape on it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I really like that picture.
I'm sure it's some special.
I think we should defer this if there's a picture showing that it has duct tape. I mean, that's just good management right there.
We could put this in the parade too. It sounds like it still looks pretty.
It looks pretty, but it's not.
Yeah, it's a tough swallow, but it seems like it's like the fire engine. It's time.
Yep.
Further discussion? I'll entertain a motion to approve the pavement hot box replacement of $59,481.
So moved.
Second?
Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Moving right along.
Okay, next item is truck number 9, DPW truck number 9 replacement, found on page 71.
And this is the second half of the photos that we'd supplemented. So this is a 2007 Ford F-450 one-ton dump. This dump, the body itself has been replaced once before. And it's already in pretty tough shape. I forget what year that replacement was. Let's see what it says. I don't think I do have the actual year, but I want to say it was about 4 or 5 years ago. Again, you know, these trucks go through such heavy service. If you look at it's the second to the last picture, you can see all the corrosion under the body. And another piece that's kind of unique to this one, there's a lot of rusting of all the floorboards. I call them floorboards, but the floor panel is pretty much gone. So, tough shape.
This was another one of the vehicles that Russ had suggested we pay for out of general fund balance. One of the 4 projects we talked about earlier this evening. Is that still the case, Russ?
It is.
Okay. Any further discussion? I will entertain a motion to approve replacement of the dump body in truck number 9 at DPW for $71,801.
So moved.
Second.
Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Ton?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. This next item was on the supplemental page. 70A of the CIP book. So So
Yeah, I've been looking for that page for a long time.
if you didn't get it, it's
Yeah, I know. I think I found it.
Yeah, that's it.
this is just for the water department, replacing truck 14A with a 3/4 ton four-wheel drive crew truck that would also be used, if I'm not mistaken, with a plow package.
Correct.
We do not have a dedicated vehicle for plowing the water department facilities. And as, you know, with the new treatment plant, well, new 6 years ago, but we've had to rely on general public works when they're done with everything else, so thought it was time to get a dedicated vehicle. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
And just that this also has to plow out the surface water treatment plant off Portsmouth Ave, which is, as you know, kind of down in a bowl. And these are the first employees that report to duty. I think they're on site by 5 a.m. And, you know, they're frequently coming into a windrow, we call it windrow, but, you know, the snow, and they've got to get down in there, they've got to be able to get out, especially if there's anything going on. So this is to give them a little more independence and being able to get in and out. I think that covered it.
Any further discussion? This would be paid for an outright purchase allocated to the water fund. I would make a motion to approve $52,594 for the truck 14A replacement for the water facilities.
Second.
Further discussion? Corey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Liz?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Nancy?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Judy?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let's see. Truck number 3 replacement, page 91. This is would be split between the water and sewer funds. It wasn't originally, I don't think it was on the original defer list, but there was some discussion earlier in the budget cycle that this possibly could be deferred. The subcommittee approved it because the department suggested that it was one of their higher priority vehicles. But, you know, can we sort of discuss that? Because I was just made aware of recently that was possibly deferrable. So how does that fit into everything?
I think that this is a pretty important one for replacement for a couple of reasons. One, it's the on-call truck that's used by staff that are responding directly to issues. So it does get a little bit more mileage on it because it is a take-home vehicle, so that they're, you know, going right to the site that needs attention. And I believe this was also going to be converted to a hybrid, so that was a, you know, positive to it. But if I'm incorrect, somebody else could speak up. Yeah.
Well, that's what the page says about the hybrid.
Yeah, the subcommittee, even though it's a 2014 vehicle, the original one, it does have over 124,000 miles on it, to Jen's point. It's an on-call, take-home vehicle. So in 7 years, you know, they're putting on almost 20,000 miles a year just around our small town. So it seems like it's a fairly critical piece of equipment. So I think the subcommittee would continue with their recommendation that this get funded. Is that fair enough? Okay, I will move to approve the replacement of truck number 3 for $51,252.
Second.
Any further discussion? Corey, how do you vote?
Just to comment, it seems like with the volume of vehicles we have in this town, if we don't keep a flow going, you know, like we can talk about maybe deferring a vehicle from year to year, but, at some point it catches up and you've got 1 year where you're stuck with a really large amount of replacement. So it almost seems like wise to just, I think town's been doing, is just keep moving.
You're absolutely right, and
not to say we should.
We do have an in-town vehicle replacement plan that the town manager, last year, one of the benefits of COVID, it allowed us some time for the town manager to review our vehicle replacement program, and I think it's fair to say, Russ, that you found that we need to continue replacing the vehicles. We have a lot of uses of vehicles in town, and
yeah, I mean,
if they get stacked up, then that's not to anybody's benefit.
We've got a lot of rolling stock. I think one of the things that we'll look at with some of these is, or do we have any uses for, like, the committee just approved a truck 3 replacement, and there's a 2014 vehicle behind it, a truck that has 124,000 miles on it. It may be that we have a use for that somewhere. Maybe that's a town office vehicle, that sort of thing. We can look at that. I just had a question, maybe for the chair, about when you were doing the water sewer fund budgets, I thought the vehicles were approved as part of those budgets. I don't think these are vehicles above and beyond those budgets. I just want to be clear on that. I think that's correct, but I just want to be clear about it.
You could probably be.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because these 3 I'm seeing in the water and sewer funds.
Oh, yeah, capital outlay.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to revote them as, like, sort of documented in the minutes that you approve them, I think that that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I think these were part of the budget that was approved the other night.
No, let's keep going.
And it's late, so I could be wrong.
Hey, we're there.
You're right, we did, because the next vehicle that we're talking about,
We
recommended deferring.
Right.
Correct.
And so we voted on that. You're absolutely right. So these votes are more just confirmatory of what we've already
Stuck to
done.
our
Nice.
same thing.
And we're so consistent.
So
Good
just,
God, if we had gone the other way, that would have been really embarrassing.
so number 25, refresh your memory, the Jeep Patriot 51 replacement, it's a 2014, only has 80,000 miles on it, and we felt that would be something that could be deferred, and we recommended and voted accordingly, and Jen has accepted that, I think. With some graciousness.
No, understood.
Not total, but. So then the only other question is, there are a number of other deferrals recommended in the, under tab 1, and I just wanted to make it available to anyone if they disagreed with any of those deferrals, if they want to discuss those. I'm certainly not suggesting it, but it is a democracy.
I have a question for Russ.
What's that?
Russ, with all of this careful planning and the healthy balances in the fund balances and so forth, has any of that affected our borrowing rate? I don't know if it's Moody's or whoever we use.
Right, so we have not asked for a bond rating review since 2015. We've had an A1 bond rating since 2015, and it's just, we went a few years with it, we built up some of our reserves, and I think we've talked about going back to Moody's and asking for a reassessment of that. I will tell you that we do most of our borrowing, all of it really, except for our lease purchases, through the municipal bond bank. So we are pooled when we sell our debt with other communities, school districts, et cetera. And it's the bond bank that actually gets the rating.
Oh, I see.
And not the town individually. So the interest rates that we use here and we talk about here are interest rates that are obtained by the bond bank for the certain different bonds that we would issue.
Thank you.
Okay, any other final comments before we
Thanksgiving, everyone.
sign off for the year? I'm not quite done yet. I certainly would like to thank the town manager for presenting us with an excellent budget. There were obviously a lot of deferrals and some thoughtful consideration. on items, so there were less onerous discussions as there may have been in the past. So Russ, thank you very much for what you've done. And Melissa, for looking after our grant, situation. Really appreciate what you've done. And, you guys are here, so thank you, but, certainly in absentia, all of the department heads for really helping us through this. And then finally, all of you, thank you very much for bearing through. This was a little bit later than I thought, but maybe we can make that up at some other time. But thank you again for your service. What we'll be doing is the select board will be taking this budget after Russ puts everything back together, and I will let you know when their deliberations begin, and you're welcome to come to those meetings. I will be there making a presentation of the budget. We'd love to have as much support as possible, if you're not doing anything in those evenings. So, without further ado, thank you again, and we'll adjourn until sometime in December when the select board reviews the budget. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report, with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.